There are places in this world that defy explanation. Ancient structures too massive to be moved with primitive tools, mysterious artifacts that challenge what we think we know about history, and entire civilizations that vanished without a trace. These aren't myths or legends. These are real, documented mysteries that archaeologists and historians still struggle to understand. How were they built? Who made them? And perhaps the most unsettling question of all, what else is still out there, waiting to be found? From colossal stone blocks no modern crane could lift, to civilizations buried beneath the ocean, today we're diving deep into some of the strangest unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. So sit back, relax, grab a snack, and let's jump into the mysteries where history itself seems to break apart. Baalbek is one of those places that seems to defy explanation. Nestled in modern-day Lebanon, this ancient site is famous for its towering Roman temples, built to honor Jupiter, Venus, and Bacchus. But as impressive as those ruins are, they sit on something far older, something far stranger, the Baalbek Megaliths. These stones are impossibly massive. The largest among them, known as the Trilithon, consists of 3 limestone blocks, each weighing between 800 and 1,000 tons. They are placed perfectly, stacked 12 meters above the ground with no visible mortar, as if they were gently lowered into place. But the real mystery is the stone of the pregnant woman, an even larger block weighing an estimated 1,200 tons. It still lies abandoned in the quarry, seemingly carved and ready to be moved, except no one knows how that could have been possible. Theories about how these stones were transported and placed range from conventional to controversial. The mainstream belief is that the Romans were responsible. After all, they were master builders, constructing aqueducts, temples, and roads that have stood for thousands of years. Some historians suggest that they had the means to move the megaliths using cranes, pulleys, and sheer manpower. But there's a problem with this explanation. No known Roman engineering feats come close to moving stones of this size. Even their most advanced construction projects never attempted to lift anything close to 1,000 tons. It's as if they built their temples on top of something far older. That's why some researchers believe Baalbek predates the Romans entirely. Some accounts suggest that the site was originally built by the Phoenicians, an ancient maritime civilization that once ruled the Mediterranean. Others push the timeline even further back, claiming that the site is pre-Phoenician, meaning it could be thousands of years older than recorded history suggests. If true, that would mean a lost civilization, not Rome, was responsible for moving these stones. But if that's the case, who were they? And more importantly, how did they do it? There are those who believe Baalbek was built using a lost form of ancient technology. Perhaps the builders had an advanced understanding of counterweights, pressure manipulation, or even sound frequencies that could make heavy objects easier to move. Some speculate that the answer lies in forgotten techniques, methods of construction that have been erased by time, lost before they could ever be written down. If we knew how they did it, what else might we discover about the ancient world? And then there's the most controversial theory of all, that Baalbek stones were moved with the help of something beyond human ability. Ancient astronaut theorists have pointed to the sheer size and impossible precision of the megaliths, suggesting that Baalbek may have once been a landing site for extraterrestrial visitors. Some believe that its position, its alignment, and its construction indicate that it was more than just a temple. It was something older, something built for a purpose we don't yet understand. There's no solid evidence for this, but the idea has persisted for decades. What we do know is this: no one has ever successfully explained how these stones were moved. They remain one of the greatest engineering puzzles of the ancient world. If a civilization thousands of years ago had the capability to transport and position them, what else were they capable of? And what other secrets could still be hidden beneath the ruins of Baalbek? But Baalbek isn't the only mystery that forces us to rethink what we know about history. The past is filled with impossible artifacts, things that shouldn't exist, but do. And next, we move to one of the most debated pieces of evidence ever discovered, a 16th century map that appears to show Antarctica without ice. Before we dive into the next mystery, just a quick note. While the visuals in this video will provide extra context, they aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these eerie unsolved mysteries. And if you'd like to support me making these videos and get access to exclusive stories and all of our videos ad-free, consider becoming a Patreon member. The link is in the comments below. Now, back to the stories. The Piri Reis map is an anomaly in historical cartography. Discovered in 1929 by German theologian Gustav Deissmann in the archives of Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, the map had been tucked away for centuries, forgotten in a dusty stack of old documents. Upon closer examination, it was revealed to be the work of Piri Reis, an Ottoman admiral, navigator, and cartographer who created it in 1513. At first glance, it seemed like a typical early 16th century world map, detailing the coastlines of Europe, Africa, and the newly discovered Americas. But the more researchers studied it, the more it became clear. This was no ordinary map. What makes the Piri Reis map so controversial is a particular landmass drawn along its lower edge. Many believe this landmass is Antarctica, yet there's a problem. Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820, more than 300 years after the map was made. Even more puzzling, the landmass is depicted not as the frozen wasteland we know today, but with detailed coastlines and topographical features, as if it had been mapped when it was free of ice. Modern geological studies suggest that Antarctica may have been ice-free more than 6,000 years ago, long before any known civilization was capable of such precise cartography. How did Piri Reis know about this? The admiral himself left some clues in handwritten notes scrawled along the margins of the map. He claimed that his work was not original, but was compiled from multiple older sources, some dating back to the time of Alexander the Great. He referenced maps taken from 20 ancient charts and 8 new maps of the Arabs and Hindus. If true, this would mean that Piri Reis had access to knowledge passed down from far older civilizations, perhaps ones with seafaring capabilities far beyond what we previously believed. Some theorists argue that the Piri Reis map is evidence of an advanced, lost civilization, one that mapped the world in astonishing detail long before recorded history. They suggest that fragments of this knowledge survived the collapse of ancient societies and were later incorporated into Renaissance-era maps by explorers and cartographers who had no idea of their true origins. This theory is supported by the fact that other medieval and Renaissance maps, such as the Orontius Phineus map and the Zeno map, also depict landmasses resembling Antarctica with surprising accuracy. Others believe that the map has been misinterpreted. Some scholars argue that what appears to be Antarctica is actually an incorrect rendering of South America. Mapmakers of the 16th century often distorted coastlines due to the way they compiled their charts from scattered reports and second-hand accounts. Some parts of the world were stretched or compressed to fit the limited knowledge of the time, leading to inaccuracies that might explain the apparent presence of Antarctica. Another possibility is that early sailors, possibly from Phoenician, Chinese, or even pre-Columbian European civilizations, traveled much further than history acknowledges, documenting coastlines that were later lost to time. If so, the Piri Reis map could be a remnant of an ancient navigational tradition that has since disappeared, leaving only tantalizing hints behind. Despite decades of study, no definitive answer has emerged. Did Piri Reis unknowingly preserve the last echoes of a lost civilization? Or is this simply a case of cartographic error, a trick of distorted geography that only appears mysterious in hindsight? Whatever the truth, the Piri Reis map remains one of history's most enduring puzzles, a document that continues to challenge everything we thought we knew about the past. But the Piri Reis map is not the only ancient mystery that challenges what we thought we knew about history. Thousands of years before Piri Reis, a global catastrophe, such as the end of the last ice age. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, for example, proposes that a comet or asteroid struck Earth around 12,800 years ago, triggering sudden climate shifts and massive flooding. Some believe this event could have wiped out an early advanced culture, leaving behind only ruins like Göbekli Tepe as remnants of their existence. But there's also the possibility that Göbekli Tepe was a product of a highly skilled group of hunter-gatherers, one that simply defies our expectations of what early humans were capable of. Maybe the knowledge required to build this site existed long before we thought, passed down through generations in ways we can't yet understand. If Göbekli Tepe was indeed a temple, it would mean that early humans developed religious or spiritual beliefs long before they settled into farming communities. The structure suggests large-scale cooperation, meaning that different groups must have worked together to build it. But what were they worshipping? Some researchers believe the carvings on the pillars could represent constellations, linking the site to the stars and celestial events. Others think it may have been a burial site, or a place of ancestral reverence, where rituals honoring the dead took place. One of the strangest discoveries at the site was the complete lack of tools or artifacts associated with daily life. Unlike other ancient sites, there are no signs of pottery, permanent dwellings, or domestic structures. This has led to speculation that Göbekli Tepe was never meant to be lived in. It was always a place set apart, meant for something greater than day-to-day survival. Göbekli Tepe forces archaeologists to reconsider the timeline of human development. If our ancestors could construct such a complex site thousands of years before the first cities appeared, what else were they capable of? And if this knowledge existed so early, where did it come from? Some believe Göbekli Tepe is just the beginning, that other sites, possibly even older, are waiting to be discovered. Could this be a missing link in our history, evidence of an ancient forgotten knowledge that predates everything we know? Despite decades of excavation, Göbekli Tepe still holds more secrets than answers. Every layer unearthed raises new questions, and with each new discovery, history as we know it continues to shift. And just like the builders of this mysterious site, ancient civilizations have left behind structures that defy explanation all across the world. Some, carved from solid rock, seem almost impossible even by today's standards. Göbekli Tepe is proof that the past holds secrets we never expected. But sometimes, those secrets aren't found in ancient temples or massive stone structures. Sometimes they're hidden in ink, written down centuries ago, but locked away behind an unbreakable code. A book filled with symbols no one has ever deciphered. A text that doesn't match any known language. And a mystery that has confounded scholars, cryptographers, and linguists for over 200 years. This is the Rohonc Codex, one of the strangest unsolved puzzles in history. The story of the Rohonc Codex begins in Hungary, but its origins stretch back much further. The manuscript first surfaced in the early 19th century when it was donated to the Hungarian Academy of Sciences by a nobleman named Gustav Batthyány. The book had been part of his family's private collection, but how it got there, no one knows. It's not a large book, just 448 pages, each filled with a strange, unknown script. The pages are filled with dense writing, written from left to right, line after line of cryptic symbols. At first glance, it looks like a medieval manuscript, maybe a religious or historical text. But here's the problem. No one can read it. The alphabet doesn't match any known language. The characters appear completely unique, over 200 individual symbols, more than any known written script. And the deeper researchers looked, the stranger it got. It's not just the writing that's baffling. The Rohonc Codex also contains illustrations, detailed sketches depicting religious scenes, battles, cityscapes, and figures that appear to be saints, kings, and warriors. Some images look like Christian iconography, while others hint at Islamic and Hindu influences, an odd mix for a single manuscript. The artwork raises even more questions. The depictions of medieval life suggest that the book was created sometime between the 15th and 18th centuries. But the mix of religious imagery is confusing. If it were a Christian text, why include elements of Eastern traditions? If it were Islamic or Hindu in nature, Why does it contain crosses? Whatever its purpose, one thing is certain. This book wasn't meant to be forgotten. The writing is meticulous, the illustrations carefully placed. Whoever created it wanted it to be understood. But for centuries, it has remained locked behind its cryptic script. For over 200 years, scholars have tried to crack the Rohonc Codex. Linguists, historians, mathematicians, even military codebreakers, all have failed. One of the first serious efforts to decode the book came in the 19th century when Hungarian scholars examined it alongside other known languages from the region: Hungarian, Latin, Romanian, even Sanskrit. But nothing matched. Later, in the 20th century, experts turned to frequency analysis, a technique used to break ciphers by identifying recurring patterns in the text. But even this led nowhere. The symbols in the Codex don't follow the normal patterns of language. Some words repeat, some characters appear more frequently than others, but not in a way that resembles any known grammar structure. It's as if the entire book was written in a lost language, or worse, complete nonsense. Over the years, many theories have emerged about the Rohonc Codex. Some are grounded in historical possibility, others are far more speculative. One theory suggests that the book is a religious text, possibly from a secret Christian sect. The mix of religious imagery could indicate a hybrid faith, blending elements from different traditions. But if that's the case, why would the script be completely unrecognizable? Others believe it could be a forgotten language, a dialect from a small community that disappeared long ago. Some historians have speculated that it might be connected to the Szekely Hungarian Rovas script, an old form of writing once used in Hungary. But even this doesn't match the structure of the Codex. Then there's the theory that the book is a hoax. Some skeptics believe the Rohonc Codex isn't an ancient mystery at all, but rather an elaborate fake. They point out that the script seems too random, lacking the structure found in real languages. The symbols don't follow natural linguistic patterns, making some researchers believe it was made up. If true, that raises another question. Why? Was it a prank? A 19th century forgery meant to trick historians? A nobleman's attempt to create an ancient-looking relic? If that's the case, the creator went to extraordinary lengths to make it convincing. But here's the problem. No one has ever proven it's fake. Forgery or not, the Rohonc Codex remains a puzzle. If it's meaningless, why go to the trouble of writing 448 pages of text? Why include detailed illustrations? If someone invented the script, why use over 200 unique characters, far more than any known language? And most importantly, if it's a hoax, why has no one been able to definitively prove it? Despite countless efforts, the Rohonc Codex remains undeciphered. Modern technology has analyzed it, but still, no one has been able to read a single sentence. It now sits in Budapest, stored in the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, where it continues to baffle anyone who tries to make sense of it. Was it a lost language? A secret code? A prank from history? No one knows. And until someone finally cracks its meaning, the Rohonc Codex will remain one of history's strangest and most impenetrable mysteries. But it's not the only lost knowledge that haunts historians. Sometimes, the truth isn't hidden in a book, but in stone, buried beneath the earth, far away from prying eyes. The Rohonc Codex is a book no one can read, a mystery trapped within its undeciphered symbols. But while the Rohonc Codex challenges what we know about ancient texts, our next mystery delves into something even more elusive, a structure so massive, so carefully hidden, that even today, its existence remains shrouded in secrecy. Deep in the heart of China, hidden beneath layers of soil and vegetation, lies a pyramid that is said to be larger than any in Egypt, a monument deliberately concealed from the outside world. Could this be the lost tomb of an unknown emperor, or is it something even more extraordinary? Up next, the White Pyramid of China. Hidden deep within the remote landscapes of China's Shanxi province, a series of enormous pyramidal structures has sparked decades of speculation, secrecy, and intrigue. These are not just hills or natural formations, as some might assume at first glance. These are ancient pyramids, eerily reminiscent of those found in Egypt and Mesoamerica, yet shrouded in mystery and largely unknown to the world. Unlike the Great Pyramids of Giza, which stand proudly against the desert skyline, China's pyramids have been deliberately concealed by the government, planted over with trees, covered with soil, and left to be forgotten. At the heart of this enigma is the so-called White Pyramid of China, a structure so immense that if the accounts are to be believed, it may dwarf even the Great Pyramid of Giza in scale. But why would such a monument be kept hidden? What secrets could it hold beneath its layers of earth and secrecy? The first widely known report of the White Pyramid surfaced in 1945, at the tail end of World War II. U.S. Air Force pilot James Gaussman was flying a reconnaissance mission over China when he spotted an enormous, gleaming white structure rising from the landscape below. According to his account, the pyramid appeared to be made of a bright, reflective material, possibly metal or some kind of stone, and was unlike anything he had ever seen. Gaussman's description was detailed. He claimed the structure had smooth, perfectly symmetrical sides and stood at an estimated height of at least 1,000 feet, which, if true, would make it significantly larger than Egypt's Great Pyramid. Upon returning to base, he documented what he had seen, even sketching out the structure, but his report was quickly buried, lost in military archives, and dismissed as an unverified anomaly. The story might have ended there if not for another sighting several years later. In 1947, another American pilot, Colonel Maurice Shahan, reported seeing a similar massive white pyramid while flying over China. This time, the claim made it into newspapers, with a report appearing in the New York Times. Once again, the structure was described as larger than anything known at the time, with smooth, sloping sides and an almost otherworldly appearance. Despite these compelling accounts, no photographic evidence from these flights has ever surfaced, leading some to question whether these pilots were mistaken or if what they saw was deliberately erased from the public record. What is known, however, is that the region they described is indeed home to numerous ancient pyramid-like structures, most of which remain unexplored. Unlike the well-documented pyramids of Egypt, China's pyramids have been kept in the shadows, with minimal excavation and even less public acknowledgement. The Chinese government has long been reluctant to allow foreign researchers access to these sites, and some believe this secrecy is no coincidence. The Chinese pyramids, including the elusive White Pyramid, are believed to be burial mounds for ancient emperors, dating back to the Western Han Dynasty and possibly even earlier. These emperors, much like the pharaohs of Egypt, were buried with vast treasures, intricate tombs, and elaborate artifacts meant to accompany them into the afterlife. One of the most famous examples of this is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, located near Xi'an, which houses the legendary Terracotta Army. Despite being one of the most significant archaeological sites in the world, the main burial chamber of Qin Shi Huang remains completely sealed to this day, with archaeologists hesitant to open it due to high levels of toxic mercury reported in the area. Some researchers speculate that the White Pyramid could be an even grander burial site, potentially belonging to an emperor whose name has been lost to history. The reluctance to excavate these pyramids may stem from both practical and cultural reasons. Chinese authorities have often cited concerns over preservation, arguing that opening these sites too soon could lead to irreversible damage. Others, however, believe the secrecy runs deeper, that there is something within these pyramids that the government does not want the world to see. Some of the more speculative theories suggest that the White Pyramid could be evidence of an advanced ancient civilization, one with knowledge or technology that predates what we currently understand. There have even been whispers of extraterrestrial connections, fueled by the descriptions of the structure as unnaturally smooth and highly reflective. While such theories remain firmly in the realm of speculation, they persist due to the sheer lack of access to the site. Even today, satellite images confirm the existence of large, pyramid-like structures scattered throughout the region, some covered with dense forestry, others barely distinguishable from the surrounding hills. These images provide tantalizing clues, yet without on-the-ground excavation, their full significance remains unknown. Adding to the mystery are the accounts of local villagers, who have long spoken of strange happenings in the region. Some tell stories of unusual lights appearing near the pyramids at night, while others claim that for generations, there have been legends warning people to stay away from the ancient mounds. Could these accounts be simple folklore? Or is there something buried beneath these structures that modern science has yet to uncover? Some historians suggest that these pyramids may hold lost historical records, scrolls, or artifacts that could rewrite our understanding of early Chinese civilization. Unlike Egypt, where hieroglyphics have provided a direct link to the past, many of China's ancient texts have been lost over time, particularly during periods of political upheaval. If these pyramids contain well-preserved writings or objects from thousands of years ago, they could provide insights into a forgotten chapter of human history. The true nature of the White Pyramid, if it exists in the form described by the pilots, remains one of archaeology's greatest unknowns. Despite repeated attempts by independent researchers to gain access to the region, China has remained firm in restricting excavation. Whether this is due to national heritage concerns, government policy, or the presence of something that defies explanation, we may never know. What is clear, however, is that China's pyramids are real, and their secrets remain buried beneath centuries of earth, waiting to be uncovered. If the White Pyramid is indeed hidden among them, it could be one of the greatest archaeological discoveries of all time, or it could be a mystery that is destined to remain unsolved. While the White Pyramid remains an enigma, China is also home to another mystery, just as baffling, one that isn't hidden in the mountains, but underground. In the Zhejiang province, deep beneath the earth, lies a series of immense, perfectly carved stone chambers. No historical records mention their construction, no tools have been found, and their purpose remains completely unknown. These are the Longyou caves. Hidden beneath the rolling hills of Zhejiang province in China, the Longyou caves are one of the most perplexing archaeological discoveries ever made. Unlike the natural limestone caves scattered throughout China, these caverns are entirely man-made. Vast underground chambers carved with near-perfect symmetry, intricate patterns, and an engineering precision that defies logic. What makes them even more mysterious is that no historical records mention their construction. No blueprints, no tools, no writings, nothing. It's as if an entire civilization built them and then erased all evidence of how or why they existed. And to this day, no one knows who created them, how they did it, or what purpose they served. The discovery of the caves was entirely accidental. In 1992, a local farmer, curious about the deep pools of water scattered across his village, decided to drain one. As the water receded, what emerged stunned him. Massive, smooth-walled chambers extending deep into the earth, unlike anything he had ever seen. Soon, other villagers followed suit, draining more pools, only to find more hidden chambers below. What they had uncovered was an underground complex spanning an estimated 30,000 square meters, each cavern meticulously carved from solid sandstone. To put it into perspective, the caves are so vast that if combined, they would cover the area of roughly 4 football fields. The ceilings soar up to 30 meters, 98 feet, high, supported by evenly spaced stone pillars, and the walls are covered in a uniform pattern of chiseled markings, marks that seem too precise to be made with rudimentary hand tools. What makes the Longyou caves so baffling is the sheer scale of labor that must have gone into their construction. Archaeologists estimate that nearly 1 million cubic meters of rock would have had to be excavated to create the caverns. If this was done with the tools available in ancient China, it would have taken thousands of workers working day and night for years, possibly decades. Yet, as advanced as the caves appear, no tools or construction materials have ever been found. There are no remains of workers, no leftover chisel marks from different stages of construction, and no debris from the excavation process. Where did all the displaced rock go? How did they move it? And why do the caves appear so immaculate, as if they were abandoned immediately after completion? Adding to the mystery is the fact that the caves are not randomly distributed. Each chamber is positioned with careful alignment, as if part of a much larger, interconnected system. Some researchers speculate that the caves may have been used for storage, military purposes, or even as secret meeting places for an unknown group. Others suggest they may have had a spiritual or ceremonial function, perhaps linked to an ancient belief system long forgotten. Some believe they were once underground palaces or residences of a ruling elite. But without any inscriptions, artifacts, or evidence of habitation, all of these remain theories, with no definitive answers. One of the most peculiar aspects of the Longyou caves is their structural integrity. Despite being thousands of years old, dating back at least to the Qin dynasty in the 3rd century BC if not earlier, the walls show no signs of erosion or collapse. Unlike many ancient structures that deteriorate over time, the caves remain remarkably intact, as if they were built to last indefinitely. The precision with which they were carved suggests an understanding of engineering far beyond what should have been possible at the time. Some have compared the caves to modern-day underground bunkers, capable of withstanding natural disasters, seismic activity, and even potential invaders. But if they were meant for protection, who or what were they hiding from? Another aspect that fuels speculation is the striking uniformity of the chisel marks found throughout the caves. These markings are consistent across all chambers, covering walls, pillars, and ceilings in a symmetrical, almost decorative fashion. The precision of the carvings suggests an advanced construction technique, possibly even a lost technology. Some have theorized that these marks were not made with traditional hand tools, but by a more sophisticated method. Perhaps a lost ancient machine or technique unknown to modern archaeology. Others have drawn comparisons to megalithic sites around the world, noting that civilizations separated by vast distances have often exhibited similar unexplained feats of engineering. Some theories venture into more unorthodox territory, suggesting that the Longyou caves were built using sound frequencies or some form of ancient vibrational technology that softened the stone, allowing for easier excavation. While this may sound far-fetched, modern experiments have shown that sound waves can affect the structural integrity of materials. Could the ancient builders of Longyou have known something that we do not? Others speculate that the caves may have once been filled with water intentionally, serving as reservoirs or even reflecting pools for celestial observations. Some of the cave floors contain sunken channels, almost as if they were designed for the movement of water, yet no irrigation systems have ever been found. Were the caves meant to be flooded? If so, what was their function when submerged? Despite various excavation attempts, archaeologists remain baffled. No bones, no pottery, no writings, nothing has been discovered to link the caves to a specific group or purpose. The complete absence of historical references is particularly strange, given China's extensive written records. If such a massive project was undertaken, why does no document, legend, or historical text mention it? In a country with a rich history of documentation, something as significant as the creation of these vast underground chambers should have left some trace, yet it hasn't. As the mystery deepens, so does the curiosity of those who visit the site. Some believe the answer lies beneath the still unexplored sections of the caves, hidden behind yet-to-be excavated walls or deep within the surrounding hills. If more chambers exist, could they finally provide the missing clues to who built Longyou and why? Some archaeologists have suggested scanning the area with ground-penetrating radar in hopes of detecting additional structures that could shed light on the enigma. But for now, the caves remain a silent riddle, their creators lost to time. Longyou is not the only unexplained structure in China. Deep in the heart of Alexandria, another ancient mystery remained buried for centuries. A black sarcophagus, sealed shut for over 2,000 years. When it was finally opened in 2018, no one was prepared for what was inside. Let's dive into the story of the Black Sarcophagus of Alexandria. Beneath the busy streets of Alexandria, Egypt, a discovery in 2018 captured global attention. A massive black sarcophagus, sealed for over 2,000 years, was unearthed by construction workers. Unlike the ornate tombs of pharaohs, this one was completely black, unmarked, and undisturbed. It was the largest sealed sarcophagus ever found in Alexandria, and no one knew what was inside. Some believed it could hold the remains of Alexander the Great. Others thought it might belong to an unknown noble or military leader, but when archaeologists opened it, the reality was far stranger than anyone expected. Alexandria has always been a city full of mysteries. Founded by Alexander the Great in 331 BCE, much of its ancient history is lost beneath the modern city and the waters of the Mediterranean. But every now and then, something buried for centuries comes to light. The Black Sarcophagus was found during routine excavation in the Sidi Gabr district, an area known for its archaeological significance. The moment construction workers hit something solid beneath the ground, it was clear this was not an ordinary find. The sarcophagus was enormous, 9 feet long, over 5 feet wide, and standing more than 6 feet tall. It was made entirely of black granite and sealed with an unusually thick layer of mortar, which meant it had remained completely untouched since ancient times. Given its size and the effort taken to seal it, archaeologists speculated that it had to contain someone of great importance. Some even suggested it could finally be the lost tomb of Alexander the Great, whose burial site has never been found. Since he built the city that bears his name, many have speculated that he was laid to rest somewhere beneath it. But there was another theory, one that made some hesitant about disturbing the tomb. The idea that ancient tombs carry curses isn't new, and stories of misfortune following their opening have been told for centuries. From the so-called Curse of King Tut to unexplained deaths surrounding other tomb discoveries, there was no shortage of eerie speculation. Some locals even warned that opening the sarcophagus would unleash something ancient and dangerous. Despite the warnings, archaeologists proceeded. The world was watching, and the possibility of a major historical find was too great to ignore. But opening the sarcophagus wasn't easy. The sheer weight of the lid, estimated at over 15 tons, required heavy machinery to lift. The moment it was pried open, an unbearable stench filled the air. Inside, instead of treasures or a well-preserved mummy, the team found something disturbing. The sarcophagus was filled with a murky red liquid, and floating in it were the skeletal remains of 3 individuals. The liquid was a mix of groundwater and decomposed human remains, which had seeped in over centuries and created a grim, decayed sludge. The skeletons belonged to 2 men and 1 woman, but beyond that, little was immediately clear. What stood out was the lack of any markings, inscriptions, or artifacts, unusual for a tomb of this size. Most Egyptian burials included objects meant to accompany the dead into the afterlife, but this one had nothing. That absence only deepened the mystery. Who were these people? Why were they buried in such a massive, unmarked sarcophagus? And why had it been so securely sealed? Once the discovery was made public, wild theories began to spread. Some people believed the liquid inside had supernatural properties, leading to bizarre requests from individuals claiming they wanted to drink it to gain mystical powers. Others speculated that the burial was part of a lost ritual, possibly a failed attempt at mummification or a punishment of some kind. More rational explanations pointed to the possibility that the individuals inside were high-ranking military officials or nobles. The sheer size of the tomb suggested status, but the lack of inscriptions or burial objects suggested something unusual about the way they were interred. One theory suggested that they may have died suddenly, perhaps in an epidemic or battle, leading to a rushed and unceremonious burial. Another possibility is that the sarcophagus had been repurposed, originally intended for someone important, but later used as a communal grave. Despite all the speculation, no definitive answers were found. The skeletons were removed for further study, and the sarcophagus was transported for preservation. While it didn't contain Alexander the Great, it remains one of the most mysterious tombs uncovered in recent history. Its size, its unsettling contents, and the questions surrounding its purpose make it a discovery unlike any other. But Egypt isn't the only place where strange, ancient relics have surfaced. In a library in the Czech Republic sits a book so large and unusual that legend claims it was written with the help of the devil himself. Up next, the Devil's Bible, a book so massive, so detailed, and so unusual that for centuries, people believed it could not have been written by human hands alone. a book that carries a dark legend, that it was created with the help of the devil himself. This is the story of the Codex Gigas, more famously known as the Devil's Bible. The Codex Gigas is unlike any other medieval manuscript. It stands nearly 3 feet tall, weighs over 165 pounds, and is bound in wood and leather. But its size isn't the only thing that makes it mysterious. The book contains a full Latin Bible, historical texts, medical knowledge, and exorcism rituals, all meticulously written in perfect, uniform handwriting. And at the heart of it, there's something even stranger, a chilling, full-page portrait of the devil. The Devil's Bible was created in the early 13th century, likely in a Benedictine monastery in what is now the Czech Republic. But who wrote it, and why, remains a mystery. The most famous legend tied to the book is one that has fascinated historians and paranormal enthusiasts alike. According to medieval accounts, the Codex Gigas was written by a monk who committed a terrible crime. As punishment, he was sentenced to be walled up alive, left to die in total isolation. Desperate to escape his fate, he made a plea. He promised to create the largest and most magnificent book the world had ever seen, one that would glorify God and contain all the knowledge of humanity, and he would do it in a single night. The task was impossible, even for the most skilled scribe. But as the night went on, the monk realized he wouldn't finish in time. Facing death, he turned to the only being who could help him, Satan. The story claims that he made a pact with the devil, offering his soul in exchange for the book's completion. By morning, the Codex Gigas was done, perfectly written and flawless in design. And as a mark of their deal, the monk dedicated an entire page to his new master, drawing a terrifying full-body image of the devil. It's a compelling legend, but could there be any truth behind it? One of the most baffling aspects of the Codex Gigas is its uniform handwriting. Experts have analyzed every page and found that the text appears to be the work of a single individual. There are no noticeable differences in style, no interruptions in the flow of the ink. And according to modern estimates, writing a book of this size by hand should have taken at least 25 to 30 years. Yet, the consistency suggests it was completed in an incredibly short period. How could one person have written all of it with such precision? The book's contents are also strange. Alongside biblical texts, it includes forbidden knowledge, grimoires detailing exorcisms, medical remedies, and even writings about demonology. Some believe this mixture of sacred and arcane knowledge points to something more than just religious devotion. The devil's portrait only deepens the mystery. It is unlike any other religious artwork from the time, showing Satan in a crouched position, with clawed fingers, an elongated tongue, and glowing red eyes. Some believe the drawing itself carries an ominous presence, while others speculate it was a warning, a message left behind by the monk about the price he paid. But if the book wasn't created through supernatural means, how did one person manage such an enormous task? One theory is that the monk behind the Codex Gigas may have been suffering from a form of obsession or compulsion, what we might call hypergraphia today, an uncontrollable urge to write. Some researchers believe he may have been in a form of religious isolation, dedicating his life entirely to the manuscript. Another theory is that it was a collaborative effort, with later editions being carefully disguised to maintain the illusion of a single author. However, there is no evidence of multiple contributors, no shifts in handwriting, no changes in ink or style, and no corrections made over time. This has led some to suggest that the monk truly did work alone, possibly for decades, possibly under some unknown force driving him forward. The Codex Gigas also has a history of misfortune. Throughout the centuries, it has been looted, stolen, and moved across multiple countries. It was once kept in the Royal Library of Sweden, where it survived a massive fire. Witnesses claim that when the library caught fire in the 17th century, the book was thrown from a window to save it. It landed safely below, barely damaged, while much of the library burned. Some took this as a sign that the book was protected by something. Today, the Devil's Bible is kept in the National Library of Sweden under controlled conditions. Scholars continue to study its pages, but it still holds secrets that may never be fully understood. Who wrote it? How did they do it? And why did they dedicate an entire page to the devil? The answers remain lost in time. The Codex Gigas is a mystery locked within pages of ink and parchment. But not all mysteries are written down. Some are carved into the earth itself, hidden beneath layers of time, waiting to be uncovered. The next mystery is not about a single artifact or a cryptic book. It's about an entire civilization that simply disappeared. A culture that flourished for thousands of years before vanishing, leaving behind only fragments of its existence and a burning question: what happened to the Clovis people? The Clovis culture is one of the most puzzling chapters in North American prehistory. It dates back around 13,000 years, making it one of the oldest known civilizations on the continent. The Clovis people were skilled hunters, known for their distinct Clovis points, carefully crafted spearheads found across North America. These tools, made from flint and stone, were so advanced that they suggest a society with shared knowledge, trade networks, and a deep understanding of the land. For centuries, archaeologists believed that the Clovis people were the first humans to set foot in the Americas, arriving via the Bering Land Bridge from Siberia. But then, they vanished. Almost overnight, their presence disappeared from the archaeological record, leaving behind no clear explanation for why an entire civilization collapsed. The discovery of the Clovis culture traces back to the early 20th century, when distinctive spear points were found in Clovis, New Mexico, giving the civilization its name. These tools were buried alongside the remains of Ice Age animals like mammoths and bison, suggesting that the Clovis were skilled big-game hunters who thrived in the harsh conditions of the last Ice Age. As more Clovis sites were uncovered across the United States, Canada, and even parts of South America, it became clear that this was not a small, isolated group. The Clovis people were widespread, successful, and left behind signs of a thriving mobile society. But then, nothing. Around 12,800 years ago, Clovis artifacts abruptly disappear from the archaeological record. There are no clear signs of war, no evidence of mass famine, and no obvious reasons why they would have ceased to exist. It's as if the culture simply evaporated, leaving behind only scattered tools and bones. This sudden disappearance has baffled archaeologists for decades, sparking numerous theories about what could have happened. One of the leading theories is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which suggests that a comet or asteroid struck North America around 12,800 years ago, triggering massive environmental changes. According to this theory, the impact set off raging wildfires that burned across the continent, throwing so much debris into the air that it caused a rapid return to Ice Age conditions. This sudden shift in climate, known as the Younger Dryas cooling event, would have devastated the Clovis people's food sources, wiping out large prey animals and forcing a collapse of their way of life. Evidence of this cataclysmic event has been found in the form of a black mat layer, a thin, carbon-rich layer of sediment found at Clovis archaeological sites. This layer contains high levels of nanodiamonds, which some scientists believe are the result of an extraterrestrial impact. If true, the Clovis culture may have been one of the first human societies to fall victim to a global disaster. Another possibility is that the Clovis people didn't disappear at all. Instead, they adapted and merged with other emerging cultures. Some archaeologists suggest that as large Ice Age animals like mammoths and mastodons went extinct, the Clovis people were forced to change their way of life. Instead of relying on big game hunting, they may have shifted to smaller prey and new survival strategies. This adaptation could have led to the rise of new cultures, such as the Folsom people, who appear in the archaeological record shortly after the Clovis. If this is true, then the Clovis people didn't vanish. They evolved, leaving behind their old ways and becoming something new. But there is another, more unsettling theory, one that suggests the Clovis people were wiped out by an unknown catastrophe. Some researchers point to evidence of ancient megafauna extinctions that occurred around the same time the Clovis disappeared. Mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and giant ground sloths all vanished within a short window of time, leading some to speculate that whatever caused their extinction may have also ended the Clovis culture. Whether it was disease, competition with other human groups, or an environmental disaster, Something removed them from history with startling speed. Yet, there are even stranger clues that complicate the story. A growing body of evidence suggests that humans may have been in the Americas long before the Clovis people. Sites like Monteverde in Chile and the Galt site in Texas contain artifacts that predate the Clovis by thousands of years, challenging the long-held belief that they were the first Americans. If other groups were already present, then who were the Clovis, really? Were they an isolated culture, or were they part of a larger migration of people whose history has been lost? Some suggest that they may have been a remnant of an even older civilization, one that existed before the last ice age and was wiped from history by a disaster we can only guess at. Despite the many theories, the fate of the Clovis people remains one of archaeology's greatest unanswered questions. Did they succumb to climate change? Were they victims of a cosmic disaster? Or did they simply fade into other cultures, leaving behind only fragments of their existence? The truth remains buried, locked in the soil of ancient America. The Clovis people vanished, leaving behind tools, bones, and unanswered questions about their fate. Were they wiped out by a sudden cataclysm, or did they slowly fade into obscurity, their descendants blending into later civilizations? The past is full of stories like this, cultures that rose, flourished, and disappeared, leaving behind little more than clues for us to decipher. But sometimes, what they leave behind isn't just bones or artifacts. Sometimes, they leave behind something that defies logic altogether. Scattered across the lush rainforests and ancient riverbanks of Costa Rica, dozens of massive, near-perfect stone spheres lie half-buried in the earth. These aren't rough, misshapen boulders shaped by nature. These are man-made, precisely carved, and almost impossibly symmetrical. Some weigh over 15 tons, yet no one knows who made them, how they were transported, or why they exist at all. These mysterious objects, known as the stone spheres of Costa Rica, have baffled archaeologists for nearly a century. The story of these spheres began in the 1930s, when workers for the United Fruit Company were clearing land in the Gigas Delta for banana plantations. As they cut through the dense jungle, they started discovering these massive stone orbs, some of them perfectly round, others slightly weathered, but all strangely out of place. Some were grouped together in apparent patterns, while others were found alone, buried beneath centuries of sediment. At first, workers didn't know what to make of them. Some thought they were natural formations, while others believed they contained hidden treasures. In their excitement, several spheres were blown apart with dynamite, only to reveal nothing. No gold, no artifacts, just solid stone. As word of the discovery spread, archaeologists arrived to study them. The spheres were unlike anything found in the region before. They ranged in size from a few inches to over 8 feet in diameter, and many were carved with such precision that they seemed almost mathematically perfect. What made their creation even more astonishing was the material they were made from: granodiorite, a tough volcanic rock that isn't naturally found near the sites where the spheres were unearthed. This meant they had to have been quarried, shaped, They were either rolled, dragged, or transported on wooden platforms. Without wheels or beasts of burden, moving these massive stones would have required an organized effort and a deep understanding of physics. The lack of definitive answers has led to more speculative theories, some of them bordering on the bizarre. Some claim the spheres were made with the help of extraterrestrials, using advanced technology that has since been lost. Others suggest they are remnants of a lost civilization, one that predates the Gigas people and left behind no other traces of its existence. While these ideas remain on the fringes of mainstream archaeology, they highlight just how little we truly understand about these mysterious objects. Over time, many of the spheres were removed from their original locations, taken to museums, private collections, or simply moved by farmers and landowners who didn't realize their historical significance. This has made studying their original placements difficult, adding yet another layer of mystery to their purpose. Today, some of the remaining spheres are protected as UNESCO World Heritage Sites, but many have been lost or damaged beyond repair. Despite decades of research, the stone spheres of Costa Rica remain an unsolved puzzle. Were they symbols of power, celestial markers, or something else entirely? We may never know. What is clear, however, is that they represent an extraordinary level of craftsmanship and ingenuity, one that challenges our understanding of ancient societies. And yet, they are far from the only lost structures that defy explanation. Across the world, entire cities and temples have disappeared, swallowed by the sea, buried beneath layers of earth, or simply erased from history. And in India, along its southeastern coast, a legend has persisted for centuries, one that speaks of a grand complex of temples, built so beautifully that the gods themselves grew jealous and cast them into the ocean. This is the mystery of the 7 Pagodas of Mahabalipuram, a tale of lost temples, ancient engineering, and a modern discovery that may prove the legend true. Mahabalipuram, also known as Mahabalipuram, is a historic town in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, situated along the Bay of Bengal. Today, it is famous for its stunning rock-cut temples, intricate carvings, and monolithic structures that date back over 1,300 years. These temples, built during the Pallava dynasty in the 7th and 8th centuries, are known for their breathtaking craftsmanship and unique architectural style. But for centuries, local fishermen and travelers spoke of something more. A lost city beneath the waves, an entire series of temples that once stood proudly on the coastline before vanishing without a trace. The legend says that there were 7 magnificent pagodas, their towers reaching toward the sky, dazzling anyone who saw them. But the gods, angered by their grandeur, sent a massive flood that drowned all but one. The only surviving temple, Shore Temple, still stands today, a breathtaking structure sitting at the very edge of the sea, weathered by centuries of salt and wind. But was it truly once part of a larger lost complex? For years, historians debated whether the legend was simply mythology, a story passed down through generations without any basis in fact. But in 2004, everything changed. That year, one of the most powerful tsunamis in recorded history struck the Indian Ocean, devastating coastlines and reshaping entire landscapes. When the waves receded from Mahabalipuram's shores, something astonishing was revealed. Large stone structures, pillars, carved blocks, and what appeared to be temple foundations suddenly became visible, exposed for the first time in centuries. Witnesses described seeing massive walls and sculptures, their intricate carvings untouched by time. The discovery immediately caught the attention of archaeologists and marine researchers, who launched underwater explorations to investigate. What they found confirmed that something truly ancient lay beneath the waves. Diving teams explored the seabed and identified multiple submerged structures, some arranged in what appeared to be organized formations. Stone blocks, intricately carved relics, and evidence of man-made foundations suggested that a larger settlement or temple complex once stood here, only to be swallowed by the ocean. Some of the structures were found several hundred meters offshore, buried beneath layers of sand and marine growth. This discovery shook the archaeological world. The idea that entire cities or temple complexes could be hidden beneath the sea was no longer just folklore, it was reality. So what happened to the lost temples of Mahabalipuram? One theory suggests that they were destroyed by a massive natural disaster, possibly a tsunami or rising sea levels that gradually consumed the coastline over centuries. Given Mahabalipuram's location along the Bay of Bengal, it is highly susceptible to coastal erosion and flooding. Some experts believe that the temples weren't destroyed all at once, but were slowly reclaimed by the sea over hundreds of years, leaving only the shore temple standing as a reminder of what once was. Another theory ties the lost temples to the fabled Kumari Kandam, a mythical lost continent said to have once existed in the Indian Ocean. Some ancient Tamil legends speak of a highly advanced civilization that was submerged in a great flood, similar to the Atlantis myth. While there is no definitive evidence of such a landmass, the stories persist, fueling speculation that Mahabalipuram's lost temples could be part of something even greater. There's also the possibility that these temples were deliberately abandoned as dynasties changed, and new rulers focused their attention elsewhere. Over time, the remaining structures may have been weakened by storms, earthquakes, and the gradual encroachment of the sea, disappearing piece by piece beneath the waves. But one of the most intriguing aspects of the Seven Pagodas legend is the idea that some of the submerged structures are still intact, hidden just beyond the reach of modern exploration. The 2004 tsunami gave us a brief glimpse of what might be down there, but since then, shifting sands and powerful tides have concealed much of it once again. Underwater archaeology is still a developing field, and new technologies, like sonar mapping and remote-operated vehicles, could one day help uncover the full extent of Mahabalipuram's lost temples. Some researchers believe that more expeditions could reveal entire temple foundations, submerged carvings, and possibly even ancient inscriptions that tell us more about who built these structures and why they were lost. For now, the shore temple remains a solitary sentinel, standing where land meets sea, guarding the secrets of its long-lost companions. But the discovery of underwater ruins has forever changed the way we see this place. What was once dismissed as mere legend now has physical evidence, proving that the ocean holds far more of our history than we ever realized. And Mahabalipuram isn't the only place where ancient ruins have been swallowed by the sea. Across the world, entire cities have vanished beneath the waves, leaving behind only scattered ruins and whispered stories. Off the coast of Europe, beneath the waves of the North Sea, lies evidence of an even greater loss. A land that once connected Britain to mainland Europe, teeming with life, home to thousands of people, until one day, it was gone. This is the story of Doggerland, the prehistoric civilization lost to time and tide, a place where humans once thrived, before nature erased it completely. Tens of thousands of years ago, the world was a very different place. Much of the Earth's water was locked in vast ice sheets, lowering sea levels and exposing massive land masses that are now hidden beneath the oceans. One of these lost lands was Doggerland, a vast stretch of land that once connected present-day Britain, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany. It wasn't just a barren plain, it was a thriving ecosystem, a landscape of rolling hills, wide rivers, and dense forests. For thousands of years, it was home to early humans, hunter-gatherers who followed migrating herds, fished its waters, and built their lives in a world now lost beneath the sea. The first hints of Doggerland's existence came not from history books or ancient texts, but from fishermen. For centuries, trawlers working the North Sea have pulled up strange artifacts, tools, bones, and even ancient skulls, all dredged up from the seabed. Some of these remains belong to animals like woolly mammoths and saber-toothed cats, while others clearly came from humans, evidence that people had once walked across this submerged world. But it wasn't until the 20th century that scientists began to understand what they were dealing with. Advances in sonar mapping and underwater archaeology revealed something astonishing: an entire prehistoric landscape frozen in time beneath the waves. Riverbeds, hills, even the faint outlines of what might have once been settlements were mapped out under the North Sea. What had once been a lush and habitable land was now a vast, empty seabed. So what happened? Doggerland didn't disappear overnight, but rather through a slow and relentless process. As the Ice Age ended and temperatures rose, glaciers melted, causing sea levels to rise. Slowly, year by year, the waters crept in, forcing its inhabitants to retreat. But then, around 8,000 years ago, something catastrophic happened. An event that sealed Doggerland's fate. It's known as the Storegga Slide, one of the largest underwater landslides ever recorded. Somewhere off the coast of Norway, a massive chunk of seabed collapsed, triggering a mega tsunami. Walls of water, some reaching over 30 feet high, crashed into Doggerland's coastline, swallowing villages, drowning forests, and sweeping entire communities away. What had been a sprawling land bridge between Britain and Europe was suddenly cut off, fragmented into islands before vanishing completely beneath the waves. For the people living there, the Storegga tsunami must have been apocalyptic. Some may have survived, fleeing to higher ground in Britain or continental Europe. Others were likely caught in the waves, their homes and lives erased in a matter of hours. And just like that, Doggerland was gone. But could some remnants still be hiding beneath the sea? The North Sea is an unforgiving place for archaeologists. Its waters are murky, its seabed constantly shifting. But over the years, new discoveries have continued to emerge. Human tools, fragments of wooden structures, and even ancient footprints preserved in mud, offering a glimpse into the lives of Doggerland's last inhabitants. In 2018, researchers using advanced sonar detected what appeared to be evidence of ancient human settlements, buried under layers of sediment. Some even believe that entire villages, perhaps even burial sites, could still be out there, perfectly preserved beneath the seabed. But perhaps the biggest question of all is whether Doggerland could ever be fully explored. Unlike other lost civilizations, this one is hidden under a shallow but treacherous sea where storms and currents make underwater exploration incredibly difficult. Even with modern technology, much of it remains out of reach, a ghostly landscape buried beneath the North Sea. Still, the legend of Doggerland continues to grow. Some researchers believe it was the inspiration for later myths, the idea of a sunken homeland, a once great civilization lost beneath the waves. Could it be that stories of a lost land, passed down through generations, eventually morphed into the Atlantis legend? For now, Doggerland remains a land of speculation, a place we know existed but can never truly visit. The discovery of Doggerland's lost civilization proves just how much of our history is buried beneath the waves. Whole worlds we never knew existed, erased by time and nature. But sometimes, history isn't hidden beneath the sea. Sometimes, it turns up in the most unexpected places, buried beneath the soil, waiting to rewrite everything we thought we knew. This brings us to a small but incredibly controversial artifact, the Maine penny, an object that, if genuine, could challenge the story of who truly discovered North America first. It was 1957 when Guy Melgren, an amateur archaeologist, stumbled upon something strange at an ancient Native American site in Nascaig Point, Maine. Among the stone tools, arrowheads, and pottery fragments, there was a small, worn coin. At first glance, it looked like any other old piece of metal, nothing particularly special. But when experts took a closer look, they were shocked. The coin wasn't European, nor was it from any early colonial settlement. Instead, it was identified as a Norse penny, dating back to the reign of Olaf Kyrre, a Viking king who ruled Norway from 1067 to 1093 AD. In other words, a Viking artifact found in Maine. At first, the discovery seemed impossible. The official history of the Americas tells us that Norse explorers like Leif Erikson may have briefly visited parts of Canada around 1000 AD, establishing a short-lived settlement at Longyou Meadows in Newfoundland. But there's no record of Vikings ever reaching as far south as Maine, let alone leaving behind coins. So how did a medieval Norse artifact end up buried in an ancient Native American site in New England? One theory suggests that the Vikings traveled much farther than we ever thought, possibly even setting foot in present-day Maine. If true, it would push the known boundaries of Viking exploration well beyond Newfoundland, raising new questions about early European contact with North America. Did Norse traders establish secret outposts along the coast? Did they interact with indigenous tribes far to the south? Another theory suggests a less dramatic possibility, that the coin was acquired through trade. The Native American site where the Maine penny was found belonged to the Penobscot people, skilled traders who exchanged goods across vast distances. Could the penny have made its way down from Canada, passed from hand to hand over generations? If so, the Vikings may have never set foot in Maine at all. The coin simply traveled along ancient trade routes. But not everyone believes the Maine penny is real. Skeptics argue that the discovery was either a mistake or an outright hoax. Some point out that no other Norse artifacts were found at the site, no weapons, no tools, no pottery, just the coin. If Vikings had been there, wouldn't there be more evidence? Others question whether the coin was planted by someone looking to create a mystery. However, tests on the Maine penny have confirmed that it is an authentic 11th century Norse coin, not a modern fake. The only question is how it got there. And the Maine penny isn't the only mysterious coin to have surfaced where it shouldn't. Other strange discoveries have left historians puzzled, hinting at possible pre-Columbian contact with the Americas. One such case is the Roman coins found in Texas and Venezuela. In the 1950s, a collector claimed to have discovered a cache of ancient Roman coins in a small Texas town, while another set of coins allegedly turned up near a river in Venezuela. These coins, dating back over 1,000 years before Columbus, have fueled speculation about whether Roman sailors or shipwreck survivors could have reached the Americas centuries before anyone thought possible. Then there's the case of the Oak Island coins. The infamous Oak Island, a supposed treasure hunting site off the coast of Nova Scotia, has yielded strange artifacts over the years, including coins of uncertain origin. Some of them appear to be from Europe, but their exact age and how they arrived on the island remain a mystery. Were they left by early explorers, pirates, or are they simply later deposits that have been misinterpreted? Perhaps the most baffling case is the Japanese coins found in Kenya. In the ruins of a centuries-old Swahili settlement on Kenya's coast, archaeologists discovered medieval Japanese coins. The presence of these coins, dated to Japan's Edo period, suggests that early trade networks may have connected Africa and Asia in ways we never imagined. While this doesn't directly relate to the Vikings or North America, it does show that ancient currencies often turn up in places where they seemingly have no logical reason to exist. The question of who reached the Americas first is one of the greatest ongoing debates in archaeology. The discovery of the Maine penny, along with other unusual finds, forces us to reconsider the accepted timeline of exploration. If the Vikings were here, were they the first? Or could other civilizations, Phoenicians, Romans, even Chinese explorers, have arrived long before Columbus? Some researchers even argue that small, forgotten voyages could have occurred with little to no record left behind. The Maine penny remains a tantalizing clue in this historical puzzle. It might not be definitive proof of Viking settlement in Maine, but it does raise some uncomfortable questions. And if a single coin can change history, what other forgotten artifacts are still waiting to be found? The past is full of puzzles, artifacts and structures that defy explanation, challenging what we thought we knew about ancient civilizations. The Maine penny is just one of many clues suggesting that history is far more complex than we once believed. But not every mystery involves lost artifacts or unexplored lands. Some mysteries are right in front of us, carved into the very stones of the past. And one of the most striking of these enigmas lies in the heart of Egypt, the unfinished obelisk of Aswan, a monument that, had it been completed, would have been the largest of its kind. Yet for some reason, the ancient Egyptians abandoned it, leaving it frozen in time, still half carved from the bedrock. Aswan, Egypt, is home to some of the most remarkable feats of ancient engineering. It was here, in vast quarries along the Nile, that the Egyptians cut the colossal stone blocks used to build their temples and obelisks. These quarries supplied the raw material for some of the most iconic structures in the world, including the great temples of Karnak and Luxor. But among these, one stands out, not because it was completed, but because it never was. The unfinished obelisk lies embedded in the rock, partially carved and cracked, an abandoned giant measuring over 137 feet long and weighing an estimated 1,200 tons. If it had been finished and erected, it would have been the tallest and heaviest obelisk in Egypt, larger than any that now stand in places like Karnak or even in Rome, where many Egyptian obelisks were later transported. Yet, for reasons unknown, it was left unfinished, forgotten for thousands of years. Historians estimate that the obelisk was being carved during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's most powerful and mysterious pharaohs, who ruled in the 15th century BC. Known for her ambitious building projects, Hatshepsut commissioned some of the most impressive temples and monuments of the time, including the famous obelisks that still stand in Karnak. But unlike those, this one never left the quarry. The most widely accepted theory for why the obelisk was left unfinished is that a massive crack appeared in the stone as workers were carving it from the bedrock. This flaw would have made it impossible to transport or erect, rendering the entire project useless. The Egyptians, known for their precision and skill in stone cutting, may have decided that rather than wasting time trying to salvage it, they would abandon it and start over elsewhere. But some scholars believe the story isn't that simple. The Egyptians were masters of stonework, and their techniques for quarrying and moving massive blocks of stone were highly advanced for their time. Some believe that if the crack were the only issue, they may have found a way to repurpose parts of the obelisk instead of leaving it entirely behind. This raises the question, was there another reason it was abandoned? One alternative theory is that the project was cursed or seen as an omen of bad luck. Ancient Egyptians were deeply spiritual, and they believed that divine signs could dictate the fate of construction projects. If a major crack appeared, it could have been interpreted as a warning from the gods, an indication that the obelisk should never be completed. In a civilization where religious beliefs were intertwined with daily life and leadership, it's possible that such a sign would have been taken seriously. Others suggest that the obelisk was simply too ambitious. Even though the Egyptians had successfully transported massive obelisks before, this one was significantly larger than anything attempted before. Moving an object of this size and weight would have required an unprecedented level of planning and manpower. Some experts speculate that once the full scale of the challenge became apparent, the project was quietly abandoned in favor of more practical endeavors. What makes the unfinished obelisk even more fascinating is what it reveals about ancient Egyptian quarrying techniques. The site shows clear evidence of how these massive monuments were carved, using a method that is still not fully understood. The Egyptians didn't use metal chisels to cut through the hard granite. Instead, they used dolerite, a type of extremely hard stone, to pound away at the rock. Workers would have painstakingly chipped away at the stone with dolerite balls, creating deep trenches around the obelisk to free it from the bedrock. There are also curious tool marks and trenches visible along the length of the obelisk, evidence of an ancient worksite frozen in time. Some researchers believe that studying these markings can help us better understand how the Egyptians managed to construct and move their massive stone structures, techniques that are still debated by historians and engineers today. But there are even stranger aspects to the obelisk that some believe suggest an advanced or lost technology. The way the stone was shaped is so precise that some have suggested the possibility of tools or methods that we don't fully understand. Did the Egyptians have knowledge of construction techniques that have since been lost to history? Some alternative theorists propose that advanced methods, possibly involving high-powered tools or techniques we have yet to rediscover, may have played a role in quarrying and shaping these immense structures. Despite mainstream explanations, the unfinished obelisk has attracted its share of alternative theories. Some researchers question whether the Egyptians alone could have moved stones of such enormous size using only wooden sledges, ropes, and manpower. This has led to speculation that they may have had assistance from an unknown source, whether that means an undiscovered ancient technology, an advanced civilization that predated them, or even theories that lean into more controversial territory, such as extraterrestrial intervention. While such ideas are often dismissed by mainstream scholars, it's undeniable that the techniques used to build many of Egypt's great monuments remain a mystery. Even today, engineers debate how some of these structures were created, how blocks weighing hundreds of tons were lifted into place with primitive tools, and why so many unfinished or abandoned projects, like the unfinished obelisk, exist. Another idea suggests that the unfinished obelisk wasn't abandoned at all, but rather left intentionally. Could it have been a training ground for quarry workers? Some archaeologists believe that workers practiced on the obelisk before moving on to smaller, more manageable projects. This would explain why the site is covered in tool marks and trenches, evidence of generations of workers honing their skills. Others speculate that the obelisk's abandonment might have been due to a change in political power. If Queen Hatshepsut was overthrown, or if priorities shifted to other construction projects, the workforce may have simply been redirected elsewhere, leaving the massive monument frozen in time. Today, the unfinished obelisk of Aswan stands as a silent reminder of both the ambition and the limits of ancient civilizations. It is a site where time seems to have stopped, where visitors can still see the marks left by hands that worked on it thousands of years ago. Whether it was abandoned due to structural failure, religious superstition, or simple practicality, the obelisk offers us a rare glimpse into an ancient world, a world that was both incredibly advanced and at the same time still bound by the laws of nature. It remains one of the largest mysteries of ancient engineering, a testament to what could have been had history played out just a little differently. And yet, it is only one of many such anomalies across the world, places and objects that defy explanation, structures that hint at a deeper and perhaps forgotten past. The unfinished obelisk of Aswan remains a stark reminder of ancient engineering feats left incomplete. But what happens when an artifact is discovered not half-carved from stone, but fully inscribed with secrets we still can't decipher? From one mystery carved into rock, we move to another, one that could hold the key to a hidden treasure or perhaps something far more mysterious. The Copper Scroll, an artifact unlike any other found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, isn't a religious text, a historical record, or a prophecy. Instead, it appears to be a treasure map, etched onto metal rather than delicate parchment, listing vast hoards of gold and silver hidden in locations no one has ever successfully identified. What is this ancient document? Who wrote it? And most importantly, where is the treasure it speaks of? The Copper Scroll was first discovered in 1952 in a cave at Qumran, the same archaeological site where the famous Dead Sea Scrolls had been found. But while the other scrolls were written on papyrus or animal skin and contained biblical texts, laws, and commentaries, this one was different. Instead of being carefully written on parchment, it was carved onto thin sheets of copper, so brittle that it had to be carefully unrolled in pieces. The language, though related to Hebrew, was unusual, as if it had been written in a shorthand or code. And the contents, unlike anything ever discovered. Unlike the religious texts found nearby, the Copper Scroll didn't discuss theology or prophecy. Instead, it read like an inventory, listing over 60 locations, each supposedly containing caches of gold, silver, and other valuable treasures. The sheer amount described is staggering, estimated to be worth billions in today's money. But despite decades of searching, no one has ever found any of the treasures it describes. Some scholars believe that these riches were hidden by the Jewish people during the Roman siege of Jerusalem in 70 AD, perhaps belonging to the Great Temple of Solomon or the Second Temple before its destruction. Others argue that it predates the Roman era, linking it to even older Jewish priestly sects or the mysterious Essenes who lived at Qumran. Theories about the Copper Scroll's origins are as varied as the treasure hunters who have tried to decipher it. Some believe it is a genuine record of hidden wealth, a final desperate attempt to preserve sacred treasures before they were lost to invading forces. If true, it could be one of the greatest undiscovered caches of ancient wealth in history. Others argue that it's a forgery or a symbolic text, never meant to be taken literally. The language, they claim, is too strange, the locations too vague, the amounts of gold and silver too extravagant to be real. Could the copper scroll be an ancient hoax, or was it a real map, one whose directions have been lost to time? One of the biggest challenges in unlocking the copper scroll's secrets is the locations themselves. The text refers to places that no longer exist, or whose names have changed over the centuries. Unlike other historical treasure maps, which often contain landmarks or geographical clues, the copper scroll's descriptions are frustratingly cryptic. It speaks of tunnels, pools, courtyards, and tombs, but without exact coordinates, every expedition ends in failure. In the years following its discovery, treasure hunters and archaeologists alike have combed the region, hoping to find even a small fraction of the riches it describes. Some have claimed to find potential sites, but none have yielded anything conclusive. The greatest mystery remains. If the treasure was real, was it already found and taken? Or is it still out there, hidden beneath the sands of the Middle East? There's also the question of why the copper scroll was made of metal in the first place. Every other Dead Sea Scroll was written on fragile material meant to be stored and read by a select group of scholars or religious figures. But the copper scroll, it was designed to last. Whoever created it must have intended for it to endure the test of time, possibly as a last resort to ensure that the treasure's location would not be forgotten. The effort it took to engrave these words onto metal suggests that whatever it described was of the utmost importance. If the copper scroll is real and the treasure remains unfound, it would be one of the most astonishing discoveries in history. Vast amounts of gold and silver, preserved for thousands of years, could completely change our understanding of ancient economies and religious institutions. But if it's a hoax or a misunderstanding, then it remains one of the most elaborate and perplexing mysteries of the ancient world. Was this scroll a desperate act by a people on the brink of destruction? A message from an unknown civilization? Or simply a riddle designed to mislead anyone who tried to follow its path? The copper scroll remains an unsolved enigma, a tantalizing glimpse into a past filled with hidden riches and unanswered questions. But sometimes, the greatest mysteries aren't written on metal or parchment. They are written in the ruins of an entire civilization, a civilization so advanced, so ahead of its time, that its sudden disappearance leaves more questions than answers. From the deserts of the Middle East, we now shift our focus eastward to the sprawling ruins of one of the greatest lost civilizations in history, the Indus Valley Civilization. This was an ancient world of thriving cities, complex infrastructure, and a culture that rivaled Mesopotamia and Egypt. And yet, despite its achievements, it vanished without a trace, leaving behind a mystery that has puzzled historians and archaeologists for over a century. The Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization, flourished around 3,300 to 1,300 BCE in what is now modern-day Pakistan and northwest India. It was one of the earliest and most advanced civilizations of the ancient world, with its major cities, Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, showcasing remarkable urban planning. Unlike other ancient cities that grew chaotically over time, the Indus cities were designed with precision. They had wide streets laid out in grid patterns, sophisticated drainage systems, multi-story buildings made of uniform bricks, and even public baths that suggest a society with advanced sanitation and a deep understanding of public health. Perhaps most astonishingly, there is no evidence of palaces, massive temples, or ruling elites that dominated society, which is unusual for ancient civilizations. There were no towering pyramids like Egypt, no vast ziggurats like Mesopotamia, and no monuments glorifying kings. This suggests that the Indus Valley Civilization may have been remarkably egalitarian, with a ruling system that remains unknown. Their economy thrived on trade, reaching as far as Mesopotamia, where Harappan goods such as beads, textiles, and pottery have been found. They had a script, one of the great undeciphered writing systems of the ancient world. Unlike cuneiform or hieroglyphs, the Indus script remains a mystery, with no Rosetta Stone to unlock its secrets. What stories could these lost texts tell us about their people? What knowledge was lost with their collapse? For nearly 2,000 years, the Indus Valley civilization flourished, but then something happened. Around 1900 BCE, their cities began to decline. By 1300 BCE, they were abandoned, their once thriving metropolises left in ruins. But why? Unlike other civilizations that fell due to war or internal collapse, there is no definitive evidence of a violent end for the Indus people. There are no mass graves from a catastrophic battle, no evidence of an invading army that wiped them out. Instead, it seems as though they simply faded away. Theories about the fall of the Indus Valley civilization are numerous, but none provide a clear answer. Some scholars believe environmental changes played a major role. The once mighty Sarasvati River, believed to have been a crucial water source for the civilization, may have dried up or shifted due to tectonic activity. Without water, agriculture would have collapsed, forcing people to abandon their cities. Similarly, climate change may have led to prolonged droughts, making survival increasingly difficult. There is evidence of a gradual shift towards smaller, less urbanized settlements in later years, suggesting a slow and painful decline rather than a sudden catastrophe. Another theory suggests that the civilization may have fallen victim to economic collapse. The Indus people relied heavily on trade with Mesopotamia and other regions, and if those trade networks were disrupted, whether by war, political shifts, or other factors, it could have weakened their economy to the point where their cities could no longer sustain themselves. However, this alone does not explain the complete abandonment of their urban centers. One of the more controversial theories involves invasion. Some historians point to the arrival of the Aryans, a group of nomadic Indo-European people who migrated into the Indian subcontinent around the same time the Indus cities declined. The theory suggests that the Aryans may have either overrun the Indus people or simply occupied their abandoned cities. However, there is no concrete evidence of large-scale warfare or destruction that would indicate a violent takeover. The lack of clear weaponry or defensive fortifications suggests that the Indus Valley people were not a warlike society, making it unlikely that they were completely wiped out by an invading force. There is also the possibility of disease playing a role. Some researchers suggest that epidemics, possibly caused by unsanitary conditions or contact with new populations, could have led to widespread illness and death, forcing survivors to scatter. This theory is speculative, but given the role disease has played in the collapse of other societies, it cannot be ruled out. Perhaps the most unsettling part of this mystery is the eerie silence that followed the collapse. Unlike Egypt and Mesopotamia, where new rulers or invaders left records, the fall of the Indus Valley civilization left no written explanation. No one claimed responsibility. No stories were passed down. It's as if they simply ceased to exist, their achievements forgotten until modern excavations uncovered their ruins. Even today, new discoveries continue to reshape what we know about this lost world. Archaeologists have uncovered more Indus Valley sites, some even larger than Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, suggesting that this civilization was even more widespread than previously thought. Yet, despite over a century of research, the core mysteries remain. Who were the Indus people? What happened to them? And why did one of the most advanced civilizations of its time simply vanish? The Indus Valley civilization remains one of the greatest enigmas of the ancient world, an advanced society that vanished without a clear reason, leaving behind cities that once thrived with life, but now sit in eerie silence. The unanswered questions of their disappearance remind us of how much of history remains just beyond our reach, waiting to be uncovered. But while the ruins of lost civilizations leave behind whispers of their former greatness, sometimes it's a single object, something small, intricate, and impossibly ahead of its time, that challenges everything we think we know about the past. And there is perhaps no better example of this than the Antikythera Mechanism. Discovered in 1901 off the coast of Antikythera, a small Greek island in the Aegean Sea, the Antikythera Mechanism was found among the wreckage of an ancient ship. At first, it didn't look like much, a corroded, lumped-together mass of metal that had spent nearly 2,000 years beneath the sea. But as researchers carefully examined the artifact, they realized they were looking at something far more sophisticated than they had ever seen from the ancient world. Beneath the layers of rust and decay, hidden inside the encrusted metal, were the remnants of a complex system of gears, intricate, finely crafted, and unlike anything else known from antiquity. At the time of its discovery, technology of this level was thought to be impossible in ancient Greece. Yet, as scientists slowly pieced together the fragments, it became clear that this was no ordinary artifact. It was, in essence, an ancient analog computer, a device designed to predict astronomical positions and even eclipses with extraordinary precision. The level of craftsmanship required to create such a device suggested knowledge of advanced engineering principles, ones that wouldn't officially reappear until at least 1400 years later during the Renaissance. The Antikythera Mechanism dates back to around 100 BCE, though some researchers believe it could be even older. The shipwreck that contained it likely sank between 70 and 60 BCE, carrying precious cargo settlement in the Caribbean. But despite these theories, no definitive ruins or artifacts have ever been linked to Aztlan. One of the most compelling theories is that Aztlan may have been located in present-day western Mexico, where several ancient cities flourished before the rise of the Aztec Empire. Some researchers point to the ruins of La Quemada, a mysterious fortress-like city in the state of Zacatecas, as a possible candidate. La Quemada is known for its defensive walls and massive stone structures, unlike anything else in the region. Could this have been the last remnant of Aztlan, abandoned as the Aztecs moved southward? While intriguing, there is no direct evidence connecting La Quemada to the Aztec migration. Another possibility is that Aztlan was not a single city, but a larger cultural hub, perhaps a confederation of tribes that gradually dispersed. The ancient Hohokam civilization of Arizona, known for their impressive canal systems, has been suggested as a potential link. Their advanced irrigation techniques and sudden decline bear similarities to other vanished civilizations, leading some to speculate that remnants of Aztlan's people could have settled there before fading into obscurity. Then, there is the theory that Aztlan now lies beneath the ocean. Some researchers have drawn parallels between the legend of Aztlan and other lost lands, such as Doggerland in Europe or the sunken ruins off the coast of Cuba. Rising sea levels over thousands of years have swallowed many ancient settlements, and some speculate that Aztlan may have met a similar fate. If it was an island city, as some descriptions suggest, then evidence of its existence could be buried deep beneath layers of sediment on the ocean floor. The connection between Aztlan and the myth of Atlantis has also been explored. While there is no direct link between the two, both are described as great civilizations that were lost to time. Some fringe theories even suggest that Aztlan may have been part of a larger global network of ancient cultures that predate known history. However, mainstream archaeology has yet to find any substantial proof to support these claims. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the legend of Aztlan continues to captivate researchers and storytellers alike. Some believe the Aztecs themselves may have deliberately obscured the true location of their ancestral homeland, either for religious reasons or to solidify their identity as a people destined for greatness in the Valley of Mexico. After all, many cultures have origin myths that mix historical events with allegory, blurring the line between fact and fiction. So, does Aztlan truly exist? Or is it simply a symbolic tale, a way for the Aztecs to frame their past? The answer may never be fully known. But what is undeniable is the impact that the mystery has had on history. The search for Aztlan is not just about finding a lost city. It is about understanding the migrations, evolutions, and disappearances of entire civilizations. It is a reminder that history is never as complete as we think, and that beneath the surface of what we know, there are always more secrets waiting to be uncovered. But if history has taught us anything, it's that some of the most incredible feats of the ancient world weren't lost beneath the waves or erased by time. Some remain in plain sight, challenging our understanding of what was once possible. And few places embody this more than the Kailasa temple in India, an architectural marvel so precise, so seemingly impossible, that it raises more questions than answers. Located in the Ellora caves of Maharashtra, India, the Kailasa temple is unlike anything else on Earth. At first glance, it appears to be just another grand temple, one of many found across India. But when you look closer, you realize there is something extraordinary about it. This temple wasn't built in the traditional sense. It wasn't assembled stone by stone, like the pyramids or other monumental structures of the ancient world. Instead, it was carved directly out of a single massive rock face. This feat alone is astonishing. To create the Kailasa temple, builders had to remove an estimated 200,000 tons of solid basalt rock, carving downward from the top of the mountain rather than constructing from the ground up. This method of excavation, known as vertical excavation, is almost unheard of in ancient architecture. Unlike other temples, which required scaffolding, bricklaying, and centuries of labor, the Kailasa temple was essentially revealed by cutting away the mountain around it. But how was this achieved? And why does no other temple quite match its complexity? Dating the construction of Kailasa is difficult, but most scholars believe it was built during the reign of King Krishna I of the Rashtrakuta dynasty in the 8th century CE. The temple is dedicated to Lord Shiva, one of the principal deities in Hinduism, and is meant to represent Mount Kailash, the mythical abode of Shiva. But despite this attribution, there are no surviving records detailing how it was built or who designed it. Theories about its construction range from the practical to the mysterious. Some scholars argue that skilled artisans, using rudimentary tools like chisels and hammers, slowly chipped away at the rock over decades, carefully shaping intricate pillars, staircases, and ornate sculptures. But skeptics point out that if the temple was truly built in just 18 to 20 years, as some believe, then thousands of tons of rock would have needed to be removed every single day, a task that seems nearly impossible given the tools available at the time. This has led some to propose alternative theories. Some suggest that more advanced technology was used, perhaps lost knowledge or techniques that we simply do not understand today. Others have speculated that the temple may be far older than we think, built over multiple generations and only later attributed to the Rashtrakuta dynasty. One of the most controversial theories, often dismissed by mainstream historians, is that the temple is evidence of an ancient civilization with knowledge of precision engineering techniques that have since been lost. The Kailasa temple's symmetry, its impossibly smooth walls, and the precision of its carvings have led some to compare it to other unexplained architectural wonders such as Machu Picchu or the pyramids of Egypt. Could there have been an advanced civilization in ancient India capable of achieving feats of engineering far beyond what we assume was possible? Then there is the question of why the temple was built this way in the first place. Most temples in India were constructed using conventional methods. Why take on the nearly impossible challenge of carving an entire temple from a single rock? Some researchers believe the answer lies in religious symbolism. In Hindu tradition, Mount Kailash is believed to be an unmovable, eternal structure, much like the temple itself. By carving the temple directly from the mountain, the builders may have sought to create something that would last forever, an earthly representation of the divine. Interestingly, Kailasa is not the only example of rock-cut architecture in the Ellora caves. The site is home to over 100 caves, temples, and monasteries, many of which date back thousands of years and belong to multiple religious traditions, including Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. However, none of them come close to the scale and complexity of Kailasa. Despite its undeniable grandeur, the temple remains something of an enigma. How was it completed so quickly? Why do we have so few records of its construction? And why does it stand alone, with no other known structures matching its technique or ambition? For now, the Kailasa temple remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of ancient India, a structure so elaborate, so seemingly impossible, that it continues to inspire wonder and debate among historians, engineers, and visitors alike. But not all ancient marvels have withstood the test of time. Some of the greatest achievements of early civilization were lost forever, their secrets buried beneath the weight of history, and no loss is more infamous than that of the Library of Alexandria. The very name conjures images of endless scrolls, vast halls filled with the knowledge of the ancient world, and a beacon of learning that stood unrivaled in its time. It was not just a library, it was the greatest repository of human knowledge ever assembled in the ancient world. The library was said to house hundreds of thousands of texts, containing everything from history and science to medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. But despite its legendary status, today, not a single book, scroll, or fragment remains. The Library of Alexandria was destroyed, its contents lost forever. But how did this happen? And perhaps more importantly, what knowledge did we lose with it? The origins of the library trace back to the 3rd century BCE, when Egypt was ruled by the Ptolemies, the Greek dynasty established after the death of Alexander the Great. Ptolemy I and his son Ptolemy II sought to make Alexandria the intellectual and cultural capital of the world. To do this, they built the Mouseion, a great center of learning, which included lecture halls, laboratories, gardens, and, at its heart, the Great Library. Scholars and scribes from all over the known world were invited to Alexandria. The library's goal was ambitious: to collect every written work in existence. Ships docking at Alexandria's port were searched for scrolls and manuscripts, which were then copied before being returned to their owners, or in some cases, kept outright. It is said that the Ptolemies even sent envoys far and wide to acquire texts, purchasing entire private collections and translating foreign works into Greek. Among its vast holdings, the library is believed to have contained texts from ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, India, and beyond. It may have held lost works of great thinkers such as Aristotle, Socrates, and Pythagoras. Some historians believe it could have even contained records of civilizations long forgotten, their stories erased when the library fell. But how exactly did it fall? The destruction of the Library of Alexandria is one of history's great unsolved mysteries. There is no single recorded event detailing what happened to the library. Instead, there are several conflicting accounts, each pointing to a different cause, and none offering definitive proof. One of the earliest theories is that Julius Caesar himself was responsible. In 48 BCE, during his campaign in Egypt, Caesar found himself in conflict with forces loyal to Cleopatra's brother, Ptolemy XIII. As part of his military strategy, Caesar ordered the burning of ships in Alexandria's harbor. The fire spread rapidly, and according to some accounts, it reached the library, consuming thousands of irreplaceable scrolls in the process. However, not all historians agree on this version of events. Some believe that while parts of the library may have been damaged, it likely survived in some form. Another theory places the blame on Emperor Aurelian in the 3rd century CE. During his war to reclaim Alexandria from Queen Zenobia of Palmyra, much of the city was destroyed, and the Mouseion, the academic institution housing the library, was severely damaged. If any part of the library had survived Caesar's fire, it may have been lost during this conflict. Later, in the 4th century CE, Emperor Theophilus led a campaign to destroy pagan temples, and some sources suggest that the remains of the library, housed in the Serapeum, a temple dedicated to the Greco-Egyptian god Serapis, were targeted. If this is true, then what remained of the library's knowledge may have been lost during this period of religious upheaval. Finally, in 642 CE, when the Muslim armies of Caliph Umar conquered Egypt, some sources claim that the library's remaining texts were burned. According to a widely disputed account, when the conqueror Amr ibn al-As was asked what should be done with the books, he supposedly responded that if they agreed with the Quran, they were unnecessary, and if they contradicted it, they were dangerous. Therefore, he ordered them destroyed, allegedly using the scrolls to fuel the city's bathhouses for months. However, many historians doubt this story, as it was written centuries after the event, and may have been politically motivated. Regardless of how the library was lost, the greater mystery is what was inside. We will likely never know the full extent of the knowledge that perished. Some speculate that advanced scientific concepts, perhaps even ideas that could have revolutionized human progress, were wiped from existence. Did the library contain early theories of astronomy that could have changed our understanding of the cosmos centuries earlier? Did it hold texts describing lost civilizations or ancient technologies? Could it have contained medical knowledge that would have transformed early medicine? We know that some of the greatest minds of the time studied there. Figures like Archimedes, Euclid, and Eratosthenes, the latter of whom calculated the circumference of the Earth with astonishing accuracy over 2,000 years ago. The loss of their works, along with countless others, has led some historians to suggest that the destruction of the Library of Alexandria set human progress back by centuries. But not everyone believes this. Some argue that much of the library's knowledge was already dispersed before its final destruction. Scholars often made copies of texts, and while the library's central collection was lost, its influence spread far beyond Alexandria. In this view, the burning of the library may not have been as catastrophic as we imagine. It may have been more symbolic than literal. Yet, There's something deeply unsettling about the idea of an entire archive of ancient wisdom disappearing, leaving only speculation in its place. The Library of Alexandria remains one of history's greatest what-ifs. If it had survived, what might our world look like today? The destruction of the Library of Alexandria is a chilling reminder of how easily knowledge can be lost to history. We may never know what ancient secrets were erased forever, but every now and then, something survives. An artifact that doesn't fit, an object that refuses to be explained. These relics from the past raise questions we can't easily answer, forcing us to wonder, what were they for? Who created them? And why do they exist at all? One such mystery lies scattered across Europe. Small, intricately designed objects that have baffled archaeologists for centuries. They are known as the Roman dodecahedrons, 12-sided hollow metal artifacts dating back nearly 2,000 years. Found in fields, ancient military camps, and even graves, these objects seem deliberately crafted, each side punctuated with a circular hole. Yet no historical records mention them. No Roman texts describe their use, and despite being discovered in dozens of locations across the former Roman Empire, their purpose remains entirely unknown. The first dodecahedrons were unearthed in the 18th century, and since then, over 100 have been found, primarily in modern-day France, Germany, Belgium, and the United Kingdom. They are typically made of bronze or brass, with sizes ranging from 4 to 11 centimeters in diameter. Though they vary slightly in design, they all share the same basic structure, a 12-sided geometric shape, each face containing a circular hole of varying size. Some have small knobs or protrusions at the corners, while others are smooth, but they are all uncannily similar, suggesting a specific, shared purpose. Despite their widespread distribution, the Roman dodecahedrons present an unusual problem. They are completely absent from historical records. The Romans were meticulous in documenting their daily lives. They recorded their tools, weapons, and even the most mundane aspects of their existence. Yet, there is no written mention of the dodecahedrons. No historian of the time describes them, no inscription provides a clue, and no artwork depicts them in use. It's as if they were deliberately omitted, or their purpose was so commonly understood that no one thought to write it down. Theories about their function have ranged from the practical to the bizarre. Some suggest they were tools for measuring distances or angles, possibly used in surveying or architecture. The holes, which vary in size, could have allowed for calculations involving shadows or light. Others propose that they were candle holders, though this seems unlikely, as they lack any soot residue. Another possibility is that the dodecahedrons had a military function. Some researchers speculate that they may have been used as rangefinders for Roman artillery, helping soldiers calculate the trajectory of projectiles. However, no dodecahedrons have been found in direct association with Roman weapons, making this theory difficult to prove. A more intriguing theory suggests that they were used in textile work. Some historians believe that the dodecahedrons functioned as knitting or weaving tools, specifically for creating gloves. The holes may have been used to guide threads in a particular way, though this remains purely speculative. Beyond the practical explanations, some believe the dodecahedrons held a religious or symbolic significance. Many have been found at sites associated with temples and sacred rituals, leading some to suggest they were used in divination. The idea is that they may have been thrown like dice, with the positioning of the holes or knobs playing a role in fortune-telling or casting omens. Some even argue that they were used in secretive cult practices, perhaps known only to certain members of Roman society. Adding to the mystery, no two dodecahedrons are exactly the same. Unlike standardized Roman tools or coins, these objects appear to have been individually crafted, suggesting that they were not mass-produced for widespread use. This has led some to speculate that they were personal objects, possibly linked to social status, mysticism, or even an unknown Roman guild. One of the most intriguing discoveries regarding the dodecahedrons came from the Netherlands, where a similar object was found, but this one was made of gold. Unlike the typical bronze dodecahedrons, this golden artifact suggests that these objects may have been more than just tools. Could they have been used as status symbols, or ceremonial objects? And if so, why did they disappear from history? The lack of clear evidence has only fueled more speculation. Some have even suggested that the dodecahedrons may not have been Roman at all. Could they be remnants of an older civilization, one that predated the Roman Empire? Or were they introduced to Rome from an outside culture, their purpose lost when that knowledge faded into obscurity? Modern attempts to recreate and experiment with the dodecahedrons have yielded mixed results. Some researchers have tried using them as astronomical instruments, testing whether they could have been used to track the movement of the sun or stars. Others have constructed replicas and tested them in weaving experiments, attempting to create patterns similar to those found in Roman textiles. But so far, no definitive answer has emerged. The strangest aspect of the dodecahedrons is that despite their apparent importance to whoever made them, they vanished entirely from history. They were never adapted into other technologies, never evolved into new forms, and seemingly had no lasting impact. It's as if their purpose, whatever it was, became obsolete, forgotten, or intentionally erased. Some believe the answer lies in the simplicity of the objects themselves. Unlike ancient texts or crumbling ruins, the dodecahedrons are small, portable, and difficult to date precisely. They may have served a purpose so mundane that it simply never warranted recording. Or, alternatively, they may have belonged to a specific group within Roman society, one that guarded their knowledge carefully, ensuring that it was never written down. Even today, as more dodecahedrons continue to be discovered, the mystery remains unsolved. Archaeologists, historians, and curious researchers continue to debate their origin and function, but the truth remains elusive. Were they tools, religious artifacts, or something entirely unexpected? Whatever the answer, the Roman dodecahedrons stand as a reminder of how much we still don't know about the past. And they are not alone. History is filled with strange objects that seem out of place, artifacts that defy explanation, hinting at lost knowledge and forgotten civilizations. And as we move forward, we uncover another enigma, one that takes us deep into the desert, where a collection of ancient scrolls, written in a mysterious script, holds secrets that have puzzled scholars for decades. Up next, we explore the mystery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Discovered in the mid-20th century, these ancient texts have fascinated scholars and historians for decades. They are among the most significant archaeological finds in history, yet they hold as many secrets as they do answers. Who wrote them? Why were they hidden away in the caves near the Dead Sea? And do they contain lost knowledge that could change our understanding of the past? The story begins in 1947, in the arid desert of what is now the West Bank. A young Bedouin shepherd, searching for a stray goat, stumbled upon a cave nestled in the cliffs near the ruins of Qumran. Inside, he found a collection of clay jars, some of which contained ancient scrolls wrapped in linen. Not realizing their significance, he and his companions sold a few of the scrolls to local antique dealers. It wasn't until scholars examined them that they realized what had been found. Manuscripts dating back over 2,000 years, possibly the oldest surviving biblical texts in existence. The discovery sent shockwaves through the academic world, and soon archaeologists descended on Qumran, eager to uncover more. Over the next decade, excavations revealed a total of 11 caves containing fragments of nearly 1,000 different scrolls. Some were almost perfectly preserved, while others were shattered into thousands of brittle pieces. The texts were written primarily in Hebrew, but also in Aramaic and Greek. The materials varied as well. Some were on parchment, others on papyrus, and a few inscribed on sheets of copper. What made the Dead Sea Scrolls so important was their content. Many of the manuscripts contained versions of books from the Hebrew Bible, some almost identical to modern texts, while others had slight but intriguing variations. Some scrolls included texts that had never been seen before, accounts of apocalyptic visions, obscure prophecies, and descriptions of long-lost religious rituals. Others detailed the rules and beliefs of a mysterious Jewish sect, possibly the Essenes, a group that lived in isolation near Qumran. The discovery raised immediate questions. Who wrote these scrolls, and why were they hidden away in the desert? One prevailing theory is that the Essenes, a Jewish sect that rejected mainstream society, created them. The Essenes were known for their strict religious practices, communal lifestyle, and apocalyptic beliefs. Some scholars believe they saw themselves as the true keepers of the faith, preserving their interpretations of Scripture as tensions in Judea escalated under Roman rule. It's possible that when conflict arose, particularly during the Jewish revolt against Rome in the 1st century CE, the Essenes hid their sacred texts in caves, hoping to return for them later. But if that was the case, they never did. The scrolls remained untouched for nearly 2,000 years, buried in the desert, waiting to be rediscovered. Not all scholars agree with this theory. Some believe the scrolls came from multiple sources, perhaps even the Great Temple in Jerusalem, smuggled away for safekeeping before its destruction in 70 CE. Others argue that they were part of a wider collection of religious texts, representing a broader spectrum of Jewish beliefs at the time. The lack of definitive proof means that the true origins of the Dead Sea Scrolls remain unknown. Beyond their religious significance, the scrolls contain some strange and unsettling passages. Among them are apocalyptic writings, describing cosmic battles between the forces of light and darkness. There are prophecies of a coming messianic figure, predictions of the end of days, and cryptic descriptions of divine beings interacting with humanity. Some researchers believe these texts offer a glimpse into the beliefs of early Jewish mysticism, ideas that would later influence Christianity and other religious traditions. Then there's the Copper Scroll, one of the most intriguing discoveries among the collection. Unlike the others, which were written on parchment or papyrus, the Copper Scroll was inscribed on thin sheets of metal. Its content is unlike anything else in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It appears to be a treasure map. The text lists a series of locations where vast amounts of gold and silver are supposedly buried, hidden away in the Judean wilderness. Some believe this treasure belonged to the Second Temple in Jerusalem, stashed away before its destruction by the Romans. But despite numerous attempts to locate it, no such treasure has ever been found. What makes the Dead Sea Scrolls so compelling is that they exist in a space between history and mystery. They are undeniably real, yet they contain elements of the unknown, fragments of beliefs, warnings, and stories from a time long past. They challenge our understanding of ancient religions, hinting at ideas that may have been lost or suppressed over time. Even now, as researchers continue to study the scrolls, new revelations occasionally emerge. In 2021, archaeologists uncovered additional fragments of biblical texts in a cave near Qumran, the first new discoveries in over half a century. The search is far from over, and as technology improves, we may one day uncover even more hidden knowledge locked within these ancient writings. For now, the Dead Sea Scrolls remain one of the greatest historical mysteries ever unearthed. They offer a glimpse into a lost world, a time of prophets, scribes, and secret traditions, preserved against the odds in the arid caves of the Judean desert. But history has a way of hiding its secrets, and there are many more texts, symbols, and codes still waiting to be deciphered. The Dead Sea Scrolls offer a rare glimpse into the ancient world, preserving texts that may have otherwise been lost to time. But for every discovery that brings answers, there are those that only deepen the mystery. Across the world, there are natural phenomena that defy logic, strange occurrences that science struggles to fully explain, and deep in the barren, sun-scorched landscape of Death Valley, there is a mystery that has puzzled researchers for decades. Enormous stones, some weighing hundreds of pounds, appear to move across the desert floor entirely on their own, leaving long, winding trails in their wake. No human or animal footprints surround them. No visible force propels them. They simply glide, as if dragged by an unseen hand. This is the enigma of the sailing stones of Racetrack Playa, one of the most unexplained natural occurrences on Earth. Located in a remote stretch of Death Valley National Park, Racetrack Playa is an ancient lake bed, a vast, flat expanse of cracked earth stretching for miles in every direction. It's an otherworldly place, lifeless and silent, where the air shimmers in the relentless heat. But scattered across its dry, hardened surface are dozens of massive stones, some as small as a football, others weighing upwards of 700 pounds. Each one has a distinct trail behind it, as if it had been dragged through the dirt by an unseen force. Some trails are straight, others curve or zigzag unpredictably. Some stones have even flipped over mid-journey, yet the mystery remains the same. There is no apparent reason for their movement. For decades, scientists, geologists, and curious travelers have tried to unravel the mystery. The stones don't move frequently. Many have remained in place for years before shifting again. There are no recorded sightings of the stones in motion. Early theories proposed everything from gravitational anomalies to underground tremors, but none quite fit the evidence. There was no clear pattern, and no known natural force could account for such large rocks moving across a flat, solid surface. Some speculated that strong winds could push them, but with their weight, even Death Valley's powerful gusts seemed insufficient to explain their movement. Others suggested that rain, rare as it is in the desert, could create a slick surface, allowing the rocks to slide. Yet, without consistent documentation, the mystery persisted. Over the years, the sailing stones have drawn their fair share of wild theories. Some claimed extraterrestrial intervention, linking the phenomenon to the many UFO sightings reported in the desert. Others turned to the supernatural, suggesting that the stones were possessed, moved by spirits or forces beyond human comprehension. Still, these explanations lacked any real evidence. The stones weren't just randomly placed, they followed distinct paths, suggesting a consistent yet unexplained process at work. The most eerie part? Some trails would abruptly stop, as if the rock had lifted off the ground entirely, before settling in a new location. It wasn't until 2014 that researchers finally captured the movement of the stones in real time. Using time-lapse photography and GPS tracking, a team of scientists discovered that the answer lay in an unusual set of environmental conditions. During winter nights, a thin layer of water from rare rainfall would freeze into a sheet of ice, trapping the rocks in place. As the sun rose and the ice began to melt, the thin, fragmented sheets would break apart and slide across the playa, dragging the rocks with them. This movement was slow, almost imperceptible to the human eye, but over time, it created the long trails that had mystified people for decades. While this discovery provided a plausible scientific explanation, the mystery still lingers in many ways. The sailing stones remain one of the strangest natural occurrences on Earth, and the idea of massive rocks gliding across the desert floor unaided continues to capture the imagination. And even with an answer, some aspects remain unexplained. Why do certain rocks move while others in similar conditions stay in place? Why do some trails remain for decades while others seem to vanish? And if this phenomenon has occurred for centuries, how many other places on Earth hide similar secrets, waiting to be uncovered? From ancient texts hidden in desert caves to stones that seemingly move of their own accord, the mysteries of our world remind us of how much we still don't understand. But our next story takes us far from the heat of Death Valley and into a place even more mysterious, one that has remained hidden beneath the sands of Egypt for thousands of years. This is the Lost Labyrinth of Egypt, a structure described in ancient texts as more wondrous than the pyramids themselves, yet no one has ever found it. Could this be one of history's greatest lost treasures? Let's dive into the mystery. The Lost Labyrinth of Egypt is a story of vanished wonders, a structure described as grander than the pyramids themselves, yet lost to time. But Egypt is no stranger to buried secrets. Beneath its golden sands, archaeologists continue to uncover relics that defy explanation. Some are temples, some are tombs, and some hold things that have never been seen before. In the vast necropolis of Saqqara, where the sands hold the echoes of Egypt's most ancient past, one discovery stood out among the rest: a massive black sarcophagus, unlike any before it. But when archaeologists finally opened it, what they found inside raised more questions than answers. This is the mystery of the Saqqara tomb of the unknown animal. Saqqara, home to the Step Pyramid of Djoser, is one of Egypt's most important archaeological sites. It was used as a burial ground for over 3,000 years, serving as the final resting place for pharaohs, nobles, and sacred animals. But in 2018, a team of Egyptian archaeologists made a discovery that baffled even the most experienced researchers. Buried deep beneath the sand was an enormous stone sarcophagus, measuring nearly 9 feet long and weighing several tons. What made it unusual was not just its size, but its deep black color, carved from solid granite. It had remained sealed for thousands of years, untouched since the time of ancient Egypt. Opening it was no easy task. Unlike most sarcophagi, which had been looted in antiquity, this one was completely intact. The lid alone weighed nearly 30 tons. As workers carefully lifted it, the stale air of an ancient tomb escaped into the modern world for the first time in millennia. But what they found inside wasn't a pharaoh, a high priest, or even a noble. Inside the black sarcophagus were the skeletal remains of a creature that no one expected. It was not human. It was not a known sacred animal like a bull, falcon, or cat, creatures often mummified in ancient Egypt. Instead, the remains belonged to something unknown, something never before recorded in Egyptian tombs. The bones suggested a creature of unusual size, something large and powerful, but its species could not be immediately identified. The discovery sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. Egyptologists were left to speculate. What kind of animal was important enough to be buried in such a massive, ornate sarcophagus? Some theorized that it could have been an abnormally large feline, perhaps a lion, given their occasional sacred status in ancient Egyptian culture. Others wondered if it could have been an extinct species, one that once roamed the Nile's banks, but vanished long before modern records began. But there were even stranger theories. Some researchers speculated that this might not be an animal at all, at least not in the way we understand them. Ancient Egyptian mythology is filled with hybrid creatures, gods that took the forms of part human, part beast. Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the afterlife. Sekhmet, the lion-headed warrior goddess. Could this sarcophagus have contained something more symbolic than literal? Was it an offering to the gods, a representation of a divine beast? Or was it something else entirely? Something deliberately hidden from history? Adding to the mystery was the nature of the burial itself. Unlike other animal burials, which were often accompanied by elaborate inscriptions or offerings, this tomb was shockingly plain. No hieroglyphs, no carvings, no markings to indicate who or what was buried inside. It was as if the very identity of the creature had been erased or deliberately left unknown. DNA analysis was ordered to determine the animal's species, but the results were not immediately conclusive. Some evidence suggested it might have been a giant feline, possibly a lion, though it was unlike any known specimens found before. But even if that was the case, why was it buried in such a grand sarcophagus? No other lion had been given such a tomb. Was this a particularly revered creature, or did it hold some deeper significance? The black sarcophagus itself also raised questions. Its massive size and weight suggested that it had been sealed with extreme effort, almost as if whatever was inside was meant to stay there. This led to more fantastical theories. Was this a cursed burial, meant to contain something dangerous? Ancient Egyptians were known to take extraordinary measures to protect the dead, but what if this was meant to keep something locked away? The mystery of the Saqqara tomb of the unknown animal remains one of Egypt's most bizarre discoveries. While scientific analysis has provided some insights, many questions are still unanswered. What exactly was this creature? Why was it buried in such an unusual manner? And what, if anything, were the ancient Egyptians trying to hide? The ancient world is filled with lost cities, hidden tombs, and forgotten civilizations, some recorded in myth, others erased entirely by time. Egypt's lost labyrinth is just one of the many unexplained structures that challenge our understanding of the past. But far away from the deserts of North Africa, deep in the Pacific, lies another mystery, one that defies explanation. A city built on water, a fortress of towering basalt columns, seemingly impossible for an ancient civilization to construct. A place so mysterious that it has been called the Venice of the Pacific and the eighth wonder of the world. This is Nan Madol, one of the strangest and most isolated ruins on Earth. Off the coast of the small island of Pohnpei, in the Federated States of Micronesia, lies a network of over 90 artificial islets, each connected by an intricate system of canals. It is a city unlike any other in the ancient world. Massive stone structures rising from the water, built on a foundation of black volcanic rock. Walls of hexagonal basalt columns, some weighing up to 50 tons, form towering fortresses overgrown with tropical vegetation. What makes Nan Madol so mysterious is not just its design, but the sheer impossibility of its construction. These enormous basalt blocks, stacked with incredible precision, were transported and assembled in a way that modern engineers still struggle to understand. There is no known quarry on Pohnpei that could have supplied these aren't the only ancient relics that challenge our understanding of the past. Some mysteries don't lie beneath the sea or hidden in forgotten jungles. Instead, they are carved into the very earth itself. High in the rolling hills of southern England, a figure has watched over the land for thousands of years. A massive, stylized horse, carved into the chalk hills of Oxfordshire, its elegant, elongated shape stretching nearly 360 feet across the landscape. It is one of the most enduring and baffling mysteries in Britain. This is the Uffington White Horse, a symbol so ancient that no one knows who created it or why. The White Horse of Uffington isn't like other hill figures. England has many chalk carvings, but most of them are relatively recent, created within the last few hundred years. The Uffington horse, however, is different. Studies have shown that it is at least 3,000 years old, dating back to the late Bronze Age or early Iron Age. That means it was already ancient when the Romans arrived in Britain, and even they didn't know its origins. Over the centuries, many have speculated about its meaning. Was it a religious symbol? A tribal emblem? A marker of some long-lost kingdom? The carving itself is fascinating in its design. Unlike a realistic depiction of a horse, the Uffington figure is abstract and almost modern in its style. Its sweeping curves and elongated limbs give it an otherworldly appearance, unlike anything else from its time. Some have suggested it represents not a horse at all, but something else entirely. But why would ancient people go through the trouble of carving such a massive figure into the landscape? The sheer effort required to create and maintain the White Horse suggests it was deeply important to those who made it. The carving is etched into the chalk of the hillside, meaning it would have needed constant upkeep to prevent it from being reclaimed by the earth. Generation after generation had to deliberately clear the figure, ensuring that it remained visible. This indicates that it held significance for centuries, perhaps even millennia. One theory is that the White Horse was a territorial marker, a way for ancient tribes to claim ownership of the land. If true, it would have been visible for miles, a clear sign to any travelers or enemies passing through. Another possibility is that it had religious or ceremonial meaning, perhaps linked to an ancient fertility cult or a horse-worshipping culture. The Celts, who came long after its creation, revered horses as sacred animals, often associating them with gods and warriors. Some historians believe the Uffington horse may have been an early representation of the Celtic goddess Epona, a deity linked to horses and protection. But the mystery of the White Horse goes deeper than just its meaning. Some researchers have suggested that it might have astronomical significance. Certain alignments with the sun and stars indicate that it could have been part of a larger ritual landscape, possibly used in seasonal ceremonies. The nearby Dragon Hill, a flat-topped hill that sits just below the carving, adds to the intrigue. Legends say that this is where St. George slew the dragon, and some believe the site has been sacred since prehistoric times. Others have proposed even stranger theories. Could the Uffington White Horse be a remnant of a lost language, an ancient pictogram left by a forgotten civilization? Some have even speculated that it represents a celestial event, a comet streaking across the sky that was immortalized in chalk. The unusual, almost alien-like style of the carving has fueled speculation that it wasn't just inspired by earthly creatures, but something seen in the heavens. Then, there is the theory that the White Horse is far older than we think. Some alternative historians have suggested that the carving could predate even the Bronze Age, potentially stretching back to the Neolithic period. If that were true, it would place the Uffington horse among the oldest artistic representations in the world, linking it to civilizations long lost to time. What's undeniable is that the White Horse has survived, not just in the chalk hills of Oxfordshire, but in the collective imagination of those who have lived alongside it. It has inspired legends, from tales of dragon slayers to myths of ghostly horses galloping across the landscape. Even today, the figure is carefully maintained, with volunteers and locals continuing the ancient tradition of scouring the horse to keep its shape from fading. Despite its age, the Uffington White Horse remains as striking as ever. Whether it was a religious icon, a tribal symbol, or something else entirely, its creators left behind no written records, only a massive, haunting image carved into the land itself. And while its true origins may never be fully known, the white horse continues to stare out over the hills, just as it has for thousands of years. The ancient world is filled with lost cities and forgotten structures, many of which remain shrouded in mystery. Some have been buried beneath shifting sands, others swallowed by dense jungles, and some, like the Uffington white horse, have stood defiantly against time, etched into the very landscape. But what happens when a civilization leaves behind a monument not on land, but beneath the sea? Off the coast of Japan, hidden beneath the waves, lies one of the most controversial underwater discoveries of all time. Massive stone structures, eerily precise and seemingly deliberate, stretch across the ocean floor. To some, it's undeniable proof of an ancient, forgotten civilization, one that predates recorded history. To others, it's nothing more than a natural formation, shaped by the currents and tides over thousands of years. But if that were true, why do the formations look so intentional? This is the mystery of the Yonaguni Monument. The Yonaguni Monument was first discovered in 1986 by a local diver named Kihachiro Aratake. He wasn't looking for lost cities or evidence of ancient civilizations. He was simply searching for a new diving spot near Yonaguni, one of the Ryukyu Islands in Japan. As he swam deeper, he came across something that shouldn't have been there. A massive, multi-leveled structure loomed before him, its edges sharp, its surfaces eerily smooth. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. Stair-like terraces led to what appeared to be platforms. Narrow corridors cut through the rock, and at the highest point, something resembling a grand staircase stretched toward the surface. It looked man-made. But how could that be possible? Word of the discovery spread, drawing the attention of researchers and archaeologists. Some believed it could be the remnants of a lost civilization, perhaps one that existed before the last ice age, when sea levels were significantly lower. Others dismissed the idea entirely, arguing that the formations were nothing more than a quirk of nature. But as more divers explored the site, strange details began to emerge, details that made the natural formation theory harder to accept. The Yonaguni Monument is massive, spanning over 165 feet in length and rising nearly 90 feet from the seafloor. It consists of flat terraces, precise right angles, and what appear to be carved steps leading from one level to another. Some researchers believe it resembles the step pyramids of South America, while others have compared it to ancient temple complexes like those in Mesopotamia. One of the most compelling arguments for its artificial origins is the presence of what looks like tool marks, straight cuts along the rock, as if it had been shaped by human hands. Certain sections appear to have been smoothed, possibly by chisels or other tools. There are even formations that resemble archways, pillars, and what some believe could be a large central hall. Perhaps the most mysterious aspect of all is the so-called face, a large carved-looking feature that some say resembles a human head, complete with what appears to be eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Could it be an ancient statue, a depiction of a forgotten deity? Or is it, as skeptics argue, nothing more than a trick of light and shadow? If the Yonaguni Monument is man-made, it presents a massive problem for historians. Based on its location and depth, the structure would have been built more than 10,000 years ago, long before any known civilization in the region was capable of such advanced construction. That would mean it predates the pyramids of Egypt, Göbekli Tepe, and even Mesopotamian city-states. Some have theorized that it could be linked to the legendary lost continent of Mu, a Pacific counterpart to Atlantis that, according to myths, sank beneath the ocean thousands of years ago. While mainstream historians dismiss the idea of Mu as fiction, the discovery of an advanced underwater structure in the region has reignited speculation. Others suggest that the Yonaguni Monument could be linked to Japan's ancient Jomon people, a prehistoric civilization known for their intricate pottery and mysterious stone circles. But there's a problem. No other Jomon structures remotely resemble the scale or complexity of the Yonaguni Monument. If they built it, then it would require a total rewriting of Japan's ancient history. Of course, not everyone is convinced. Many geologists argue that the Yonaguni Monument is a naturally occurring formation, shaped by tectonic activity and underwater currents. They point out that similar geological formations exist in other parts of the world, where natural fractures in sandstone and sedimentary rock can create step-like patterns that look man-made. One of the strongest arguments against the structure being artificial is that there are no known artifacts, no pottery, no tools, no carvings found at the site. Typically, when archaeologists uncover a lost city, they find traces of the people who lived there. But at Yonaguni, there is nothing except the stone itself. However, supporters of the man-made theory counter that if the site was built over 10,000 years ago, any artifacts may have been swept away by ocean currents or buried beneath layers of sediment. They argue that the structure's sheer complexity, coupled with the suspiciously precise angles and what appear to be staircases, suggests human intervention. Despite decades of debate, no definitive answer has been found. The Japanese government has not officially recognized the site as an archaeological structure, and without more concrete evidence, the mystery remains unsolved. Divers continue to explore the monument, hoping to find proof, whether in the form of inscriptions, artifacts, or additional structures, that could tip the scales one way or another. The ocean has long been a keeper of secrets, hiding lost cities, sunken structures, and ancient artifacts beneath its waves. The Yonaguni Monument is one such enigma, a place where history and nature seem to blur, leaving behind a puzzle with no clear solution. Was it built by a forgotten civilization, or is it merely the work of the elements, shaping stone in ways we can't fully explain? Whatever the answer, one thing remains certain. The deeper we dive into history, the more questions we uncover. And while the Yonaguni Monument challenges our understanding of what might lie beneath the ocean, there are other mysteries that have baffled researchers for centuries, ones not buried underwater, but locked away in words no one can understand. A book filled with an unknown language, a manuscript that defies translation, a code so complex that even the best minds in history have failed to crack it. This is the mystery of the Voynich manuscript. It was 1912 when Wilfrid Voynich, an antiquarian bookseller, first came across the strange book in a Jesuit college near Rome. From the moment he laid eyes on it, he knew it was something unusual. The pages were filled with strange symbols, written in an elegant, flowing script that seemed structured, yet completely unrecognizable. Accompanying the text were bizarre illustrations, intricate botanical drawings of plants that don't exist, celestial charts that don't match any known star maps, and images of human figures engaged in inexplicable rituals. The manuscript was written on fine vellum, later carbon dated to between 1404 and 1438. But aside from that, everything about it was a mystery. There was no author's name, no title, no indication of where it came from. It was as if the book had simply appeared out of nowhere, defying all attempts to place it within any known historical context. What makes the Voynich manuscript truly unique is that, despite being over 600 years old, no one has been able to read it. The writing follows a structure similar to real languages. There are recurring words, sentence formations, and even grammatical consistency. But it doesn't match any known script. It's not Latin, Greek, Arabic, or any lost dialect we've ever seen before. Some of the best cryptographers in history have tried to decipher it. During World War II, military codebreakers who cracked Nazi encryption techniques attempted to translate the manuscript. They failed. Even modern AI and linguistic analysis programs have been unable to identify a pattern that would suggest a known language. Some believe the manuscript may be a form of shorthand or a secret code that only certain individuals knew how to read. Others think it could be a hoax, an elaborate forgery meant to deceive scholars centuries ago. But if it was a hoax, why go through such extreme lengths to make it look like a structured language? Why include hundreds of carefully drawn illustrations, some of which appear to reference real scientific concepts? Theories about the Voynich manuscript range from the plausible to the bizarre. Some scholars believe it was an early medical text, possibly written by an alchemist or herbalist, trying to document lost medicinal knowledge. The strange plants in the illustrations could represent rare herbs, and the images of human figures in odd poses might be medical diagrams. Another theory suggests it was written by a secretive religious group, encoding their beliefs in an unbreakable cipher to protect them from persecution. Some have even suggested it could have been created by an unknown genius, someone who invented an entirely new language that no one else ever learned. A more speculative idea is that the manuscript contains knowledge far beyond what we should have had in the 15th century. Some believe it could be the work of an ancient civilization that predated our historical records, or even an artifact of extraterrestrial origin. The argument here is that the plants don't resemble any known Earth species, and the astronomical charts might depict a star system different from our own. Despite the endless efforts to decode it, the Voynich manuscript remains an enigma. Every few years, someone claims to have cracked the code, only for their theories to fall apart under scrutiny. Some researchers have suggested that the book was meant to be unreadable, possibly as an experiment in linguistics or an elaborate ruse designed to confuse and intrigue scholars. Yet, the mystery endures. To this day, the manuscript sits in Yale University's Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library, where it continues to puzzle historians, linguists, and cryptographers alike. Who wrote it? What does it say? And why does it exist? We may never know. But the Voynich manuscript remains one of the greatest literary puzzles in human history, an unsolved riddle written in a language lost to time. And while some texts may be indecipherable, others have simply been lost, hidden away, or deliberately destroyed, their secrets erased from history. One such example is the next mystery on our list, a legendary underground labyrinth in Egypt, described in ancient texts yet never found. The Voynich manuscript remains one of history's greatest enigmas, a book filled with knowledge that no one can understand. But while some texts are indecipherable, others are deliberately hidden, sealed away, untouched, and waiting to be discovered. Across history, there have been countless lost libraries, buried scrolls, and secret chambers that could hold the answers to ancient mysteries. And few sites have inspired more speculation than the final resting place of China's first emperor, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Deep beneath the earth, in the Shanxi province of China, lies a tomb that has remained sealed for over 2,000 years. It belongs to Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, the ruler who unified the warring states into one empire and laid the foundations of the Great Wall. His reign was marked by ambition, power, and an obsession with immortality. Even in death, he sought to rule forever, constructing a vast underground mausoleum unlike anything the world had ever seen. The tomb, first uncovered in the 1970s, is part of an enormous necropolis spanning over 22 square miles. But despite decades of research and excavation, the central chamber, where Qin Shi Huang himself is believed to rest, remains completely sealed. Not because it can't be accessed, but because archaeologists fear what they might find inside. What makes the tomb of Qin Shi Huang so mysterious isn't just its size, but the warnings left behind by ancient historians. The most famous account comes from Sima Qian, a Han Dynasty historian writing a century after the emperor's death. According to his records, the burial chamber is an elaborate underground palace filled with treasures, rivers of flowing mercury, and traps designed to protect its secrets for eternity. Sima Qian wrote that the emperor's sarcophagus rests on an island surrounded by a vast model of his empire, with lakes and rivers recreated using liquid mercury. The ceiling of the tomb was said to be decorated like the night sky, with pearls representing the stars, while crossbows and other deadly mechanisms were set to fire at anyone who dared to disturb the emperor's eternal rest. For centuries, these accounts were dismissed as myths, but modern science has provided chilling evidence that Sima Qian's descriptions might have been accurate. Soil samples taken near the tomb have shown abnormally high levels of mercury, far beyond what should naturally occur in the area. This has led many to believe that the rivers of liquid mercury inside the tomb are real, making excavation extremely dangerous. If the chamber truly contains toxic pools of mercury, opening it could pose a serious threat to researchers. But the risks don't end there. Given the emperor's obsession with protection, archaeologists fear that hidden booby traps, designed to kill intruders, may still be active, just as Sima Qian described. Ancient Chinese engineers were known for their ingenuity, and there's no telling what lethal surprises may be lying in wait. The most famous part of the necropolis that has been excavated is the Terracotta Army, a breathtaking collection of over 8,000 life-sized clay soldiers, each one unique, guarding the emperor's tomb. Discovered by accident in 1974 by farmers digging a well, the Terracotta Army stunned the world. The soldiers were built to protect Qin Shi Huang in the afterlife, each carefully crafted with individual facial features, armor, and weapons. But while the warriors have been uncovered, the central tomb remains untouched, hidden beneath a massive mound of earth. The Chinese government has restricted any attempts to open the burial chamber, citing concerns over preserving the integrity of the site. Some believe this is simply a precaution, while others suspect that authorities know more than they are willing to reveal. Why hasn't the tomb been opened? Part of the reason is technology. Archaeologists want to ensure that when they do open the tomb, they can preserve everything inside. In the past, rushing into ancient sites has led to irreversible damage. When Tutankhamun's tomb was opened in the 1920s, exposure to air caused artifacts to deteriorate rapidly. With Qin Shi Huang's tomb, experts fear the same fate could befall its contents. Some suggest using remote sensing technology to map the interior before attempting entry, but so far, no method has provided a clear picture of what lies within. Others speculate that the Chinese government is deliberately delaying the excavation for reasons unknown. What if the tomb holds secrets that could change history? Some researchers believe the chamber could contain lost texts, ancient inventions, or even records that contradict what we know about early Chinese history. Others think the real reason the tomb hasn't been opened is because of superstition. According to legend, disturbing the emperor's rest will bring disaster. Stories of curses surrounding ancient tombs are common, and while they are often dismissed, the belief in such things still lingers. Could there be something inside the tomb that authorities fear unleashing? Or is it simply a matter of patience, waiting until we have the technology to explore it safely? For now, the tomb remains sealed, an unopened door to the past. It holds the potential to rewrite what we know about early China, about Qin Shi Huang, and about the lengths to which rulers would go to ensure their immortality. But until the day comes when it is finally explored, it will continue to be one of the greatest archaeological mysteries in history. From ancient tombs sealed with mystery to languages lost to time, history is filled with puzzles we may never fully solve. But while the tomb of Qin Shi Huang remains untouched beneath layers of earth and legend, other ancient wonders may have been swallowed by nature itself. Entire civilizations hidden beneath the ocean, waiting to be rediscovered. One such place, if the stories are true, lies deep in the heart of the Amazon, a lost city some call the Brazilian Atlantis. Legends of a lost civilization in the Amazon have persisted for centuries, long before European explorers ever set foot in South America. Indigenous tribes spoke of vast stone cities hidden within the jungle, overgrown with vines and buried beneath layers of earth. But for centuries, these stories were dismissed as myths. The Amazon was thought to be too hostile, too wild, to support any kind of advanced civilization. The idea of massive urban centers thriving in one of the most extreme environments on Earth seemed impossible. But recent discoveries suggest there may be truth to these ancient tales. The mystery of the so-called Brazilian Atlantis centers around the idea that deep within the Amazon rainforest, there may once have been a civilization as sophisticated as the great cultures of the ancient world. One that built monumental structures, left behind intricate road networks, and possibly even developed writing. Unlike traditional Atlantis myths, which tell of an advanced society swallowed by the sea, this lost city is believed to have been consumed by the rainforest itself, overtaken by nature to the point that no trace of it could be seen from above. One of the most compelling clues supporting this theory comes from satellite imagery. In the past few decades, as technology has improved, Researchers have begun using LiDAR, light detection and ranging, to scan the Amazon's dense tree cover, revealing something astonishing beneath. Geometric patterns, straight roads, and what appear to be the remnants of large settlements have been detected where the jungle once seemed untouched. These findings suggest that the Amazon may have once been home to a complex and highly organized civilization, one capable of large-scale urban planning. The connection to Atlantis comes from a long history of speculation and exploration. In the early 20th century, British explorer Percy Fawcett became obsessed with the idea of a lost city in the Amazon, which he called Z. He believed that ancient texts and local legends hinted at an advanced civilization hidden in the depths of the jungle. Fawcett set out in 1925 on an expedition to find this lost city, but he was never seen again. His disappearance only fueled speculation, and over the years, many others have searched for the city of Z, convinced that something extraordinary is waiting to be found. More recently, archaeologists have uncovered evidence that challenges the traditional view of the Amazon as an untouched wilderness. The discovery of large-scale geoglyphs, massive geometric shapes carved into the ground, suggests that people were altering the landscape in sophisticated ways thousands of years ago. These geoglyphs are similar to those found in other ancient cultures, like the Nazca lines in Peru, raising the possibility that the Amazon was once home to a civilization capable of large-scale construction projects. But if such a civilization existed, what happened to it? Some researchers believe that disease brought by early European contact may have wiped out much of the population before their cities were ever recorded. Others think that environmental factors, such as deforestation or shifting climate conditions, could have played a role in their decline. The jungle is relentless. It reclaims anything left unattended, covering entire structures in thick vegetation in a matter of decades. If the cities of this lost civilization were built from stone, they might still be hidden beneath the forest floor, their ruins buried under centuries of plant life. Despite the growing evidence, many mysteries remain. If this civilization had writing, what happened to its texts? If it had monumental architecture, why haven't we found temples or palaces like those of the Maya or the Inca? Could entire cities really be buried beneath the Amazon, waiting to be rediscovered? And if so, what might they reveal about the true history of pre-Columbian South America? One of the most tantalizing aspects of this mystery is that it remains unsolved, not because we lack the knowledge, but because we simply haven't explored enough. The Amazon rainforest is one of the least mapped places on Earth, its dense canopy hiding what could be a treasure trove of ancient history. As technology advances, as LiDAR continues to penetrate the jungle's depths, we may be on the verge of uncovering something incredible, evidence of a lost civilization that thrived in the Amazon long before recorded history. Lost civilizations, buried beneath dense jungle or swallowed by the sea, leave behind traces of their existence, sometimes in ruins, sometimes in artifacts, and sometimes in myths. The Brazilian Atlantis is one such legend, an ancient city hidden within the Amazon, waiting to be found. But not all lost wonders remain undiscovered. Some have been unearthed, revealing stories even stranger than fiction. And in the case of one of history's most famous discoveries, the legend that followed was just as captivating as the treasure itself. Our next mystery takes us to Egypt, to a tomb untouched for millennia, where a series of eerie events would cement its reputation as one of the most infamous archaeological finds of all time. This is the story of the curse of King Tut's tomb. In November 1922, British archaeologist Howard Carter and his team made a discovery that would captivate the world. After years of searching, they finally uncovered the entrance to the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun, a relatively minor ruler in Egypt's vast history, but one whose burial chamber remained untouched for over 3,000 years. The tomb, hidden beneath layers of rubble in the Valley of the Kings, was astonishingly well preserved. As Carter peered inside for the first time, by the glow of a flickering candle, he saw treasures beyond anything he had imagined: golden statues, intricate carvings, and the now iconic golden mask of the Boy King. It was a find that changed Egyptology forever, but almost immediately, rumors of a curse began to spread. The idea that disturbing an ancient burial site could bring misfortune was nothing new, but King Tut's tomb seemed to come with an especially ominous warning. According to some accounts, a clay tablet found near the entrance allegedly read, "Death shall come on swift wings to him who disturbs the peace of the king." Whether or not this inscription actually existed remains debatable, but what happened next fueled the legend. The first to fall victim to what would later be called the Curse of the Pharaohs was Lord Carnarvon, the wealthy English aristocrat who had funded Carter's expedition. Just months after the tomb was opened, Carnarvon suffered a mosquito bite that became infected. He developed a severe fever, and his condition rapidly deteriorated. He died in April 1923, just 6 months after King Tut's tomb was uncovered. His sudden and unexpected death sent shockwaves through the media, and whispers of the curse intensified. What made Carnarvon's death even more eerie were the strange coincidences reported at the time. When he passed away in a Cairo hotel room, it was said that all the lights in the city mysteriously went out at the exact moment of his death. At the same time, back in England, his beloved dog howled and dropped dead. The chilling details only strengthened the belief that the tomb was cursed. Over the years, more deaths and misfortunes were attributed to the curse. Arthur Mace, a key member of the excavation team, fell ill and died unexpectedly in 1928. Richard Bethel, Carter's personal secretary, was found dead in his London home under mysterious circumstances in 1929. His father, overcome with grief, took his own life soon after. Hugh Evelyn White, an Egyptologist who had visited the tomb, also died by suicide, leaving behind a note allegedly stating that he had succumbed to the curse. Even those indirectly connected to the tomb weren't spared. Sir Archibald Douglas Reed, the radiologist who X-rayed Tutankhamun's mummy, died shortly afterward. Howard Carter himself, the man responsible for the discovery, remained skeptical of the curse, dismissing it as media sensationalism. He lived for another 16 years after the excavation and died of lymphoma in 1939 at the age of 64. But even his death was seen by some as the final chapter in the curse's story. So, was there truly a supernatural force protecting the tomb, or was something else at play? One scientific explanation suggests that the tomb may have harbored ancient mold or bacteria that had lain dormant for thousands of years. When exposed to fresh air, these pathogens could have triggered fatal infections in those with weakened immune systems. The cramped, sealed-off environment of the tomb made it the perfect breeding ground for dangerous microorganisms. Some experts even believe that the tomb's walls may have contained toxic spores that could cause respiratory issues, potentially leading to the mysterious illnesses that struck so many of those involved in the excavation. Another theory is that the so-called curse was nothing more than a combination of bad luck and media hype. At the time of the tomb's discovery, the press was eager for sensational stories, and the idea of a pharaoh's curse was the perfect blend of history and horror. The deaths of those associated with the tomb, though tragic, were not statistically unusual for the time period. Many of the supposed victims were elderly or already in poor health, and their deaths could have been purely coincidental. But not everyone is convinced. The ancient Egyptians took their burial rituals seriously, often inscribing warnings in tombs to deter grave robbers. Some believe that while there may not have been a supernatural force at work, there could have been something more deliberate, poisonous substances or traps designed to kill intruders long after the tomb was sealed. Although no physical traps were found in King Tut's burial chamber, the possibility of chemical deterrence remains an intriguing theory. Regardless of whether the curse was real or just a product of fear and circumstance, the legend of King Tut's tomb has endured. The idea that some mysteries are best left undisturbed still lingers in the collective imagination, adding an eerie allure to one of history's greatest archaeological discoveries. And as we continue to unearth the secrets of the past, we're reminded that some questions may never have definitive answers. The past is filled with lost civilizations, forgotten cities, and ruins that defy explanation. Some were swallowed by the jungle, others buried beneath shifting sands. But every so often, something appears beneath the ocean, something that suggests entire chapters of human history may be missing. The story of Nan Madol, a massive city built on the waters of the Pacific, raises questions about how ancient civilizations constructed such monumental structures in remote locations. But it is not the only place where the sea has hidden its secrets. In the waters off the coast of Cuba, deep beneath the surface, lies something that may be even more astonishing. A vast, sunken city that some believe could be more than 10,000 years old. The discovery of what has been called the Cuban underwater city is one of the most controversial finds in recent decades. In 2001, a team of researchers working with a Canadian company, Advanced Digital Communications, was conducting sonar scans of the seabed off the coast of the Guanahatabibs Peninsula in western Cuba. Led by ocean engineer Paulina Zalitsky, the team was searching for evidence of Spanish shipwrecks when they found something they were not expecting. The sonar readings revealed a series of symmetrical structures arranged in geometric patterns, something that did not look natural. The formations appeared to be massive stone structures, resembling the layout of an ancient city, complete with pyramids, roads, and even what looked like buildings arranged in a grid-like fashion. More incredibly, the structures were located nearly 2,000 feet below the surface. At that depth, they could not have been built during recorded human history, at least not according to what we currently understand. Zalitsky and her team were stunned. If these structures were indeed man-made, they would have to date back to a time when sea levels were drastically lower, possibly before the last ice age, over 10,000 years ago. That would mean the site predates the pyramids of Egypt, Stonehenge, and even Göbekli Tepe, one of the oldest known temple complexes on Earth. If true, it would force a complete reevaluation of ancient history. But how could a city of such scale exist beneath the sea? Theories quickly emerged. Some researchers suggested it could be the remains of an ancient civilization that lived in the Caribbean before rising waters submerged their settlements. Others speculated that it could be connected to the lost civilization of Atlantis, though most archaeologists dismiss that idea as pseudoscience. The structures could also be the remnants of a land bridge that once connected Cuba to Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, which would suggest an entirely different history of migration and settlement in the Americas. With such a potentially groundbreaking discovery, many expected follow-up research and exploration. But strangely, after the initial announcement, little progress was made in confirming what the sonar scans had revealed. A few years later, a remote-operated vehicle, ROV, was sent down to capture images of the site. The footage showed what looked like large, cut stone blocks stacked on top of each other, eerily resembling ruins. Yet without physical samples or further analysis, no definitive conclusion could be drawn. One reason for the lack of follow-up studies is the difficulty of exploring the site. At a depth of nearly 2,000 feet, diving is impossible without highly specialized submersibles, which require significant funding and logistical coordination. Unlike shallower sites, where divers can excavate ruins firsthand, anything at this depth must be studied remotely, making it harder to analyze the structures and determine their origin. Skeptics argue that the formations could be natural geological structures rather than human-made ruins. Some geologists have suggested that the city might be the result of seismic activity, where natural rock formations were fractured in a way that makes them appear artificial. Others believe that the sonar images were simply misinterpreted, creating the illusion of buildings where none exist. However, the geometric patterns and apparent alignment of the structures make this explanation less convincing to those who have seen the original scans. Adding to the mystery is the lack of access to more detailed research. After the initial discovery, information about the site became scarce, leading to speculation that political tensions between Cuba and the United States may have interfered with further exploration. Some believe that if the discovery were confirmed, it could rewrite human history in a way that challenges established narratives, making it a politically sensitive topic. But despite the lack of definitive answers, the idea of an ancient city submerged beneath the Caribbean continues to captivate the imagination. If further exploration ever takes place, it could provide evidence of a lost civilization hidden for thousands of years beneath the waves. The ocean has a way of hiding history, preserving secrets beneath its depths for thousands of years. The discovery of the so-called Cuban underwater city raised profound questions about what ancient civilizations may have been lost to time. But it was not the only enigma to challenge our understanding of the past. Some mysteries are buried beneath the sea, others beneath the sands, and some in the very languages left behind by those who once ruled the world. One of the strangest and most perplexing linguistic mysteries comes from a remote island in the Pacific Ocean, Easter Island. Known for its iconic Moai statues, this isolated land holds another enigma that has baffled historians, linguists, and archaeologists for centuries. Scattered across the island are wooden tablets etched with symbols unlike any other written language. These inscriptions, known as the Rongo script, Manuscript of Easter Island is one of the greatest linguistic mysteries, an ancient writing system that defies translation and leaves more questions than answers. Who wrote it? What secrets does it hold? Could it be the key to understanding an entire lost civilization? While many ancient scripts remain unreadable, others hint at a past that may be even stranger than we imagine. Because sometimes, history doesn't just leave behind cryptic symbols, it leaves behind evidence of people that shouldn't have existed. In 1890, a French anthropologist named Georges Vacher de la Puge was conducting excavations in Castelnau-le-Lez, a small town in southern France. What he uncovered would spark one of the most controversial debates in anthropology. As he dug through the layers of sediment, he found a collection of human-like bones, only they were far larger than any human skeleton he had ever seen. The bones, including a humerus, a femur, and a tibia, suggested that the individual they belonged to would have been an astonishing 11 feet tall. If true, it would make the giant of Castelnau one of the largest human-like beings ever recorded. De la Puge quickly published his findings in the French scientific journal La Nature, describing the remains as belonging to an exceptionally large prehistoric human. His estimates, based on the proportions of the bones, suggested a height that seemed impossible for a human. Could this be evidence of a lost race of giants? Or was it something more ordinary? A case of extreme gigantism, or even a simple misidentification? The bones were sent to the University of Montpellier for further study, where experts confirmed that they were indeed human, but highly abnormal. Some researchers suggested that they belonged to an individual suffering from acromegaly or gigantism, both of which can cause excessive growth due to hormonal imbalances. Others proposed that the bones might belong to an extinct subspecies of human that was naturally larger than Homo sapiens. However, the problem with the giant of Castelnau is that the physical evidence no longer exists. The bones themselves were lost or destroyed, leaving only written records of their discovery. Without them, modern scientists have no way of verifying de la Puge's claims. The lack of physical remains has led many to dismiss the find as an exaggeration, a misinterpretation, or even an outright fabrication. Despite this, the story of the giant of Castelnau refuses to disappear, in part because it isn't the only alleged discovery of oversized human bones. Throughout history, reports of giant skeletons have surfaced across the world. Native American legends tell of red-haired giants that once roamed North America, and 19th century newspapers frequently reported discoveries of massive human-like bones in the United States, particularly in the Midwest. While most of these stories lack solid evidence and are often dismissed as hoaxes, they continue to fuel speculation about the possibility of ancient giants. One particularly persistent legend involves the so-called Giants of Sardinia. In Sardinia, Italy, locals have long spoken of massive humanoid skeletons unearthed in ancient tombs. Some villagers claim to have seen these remains firsthand before they were allegedly taken away by authorities. According to conspiracy theories, mainstream archaeologists and government agencies have deliberately hidden the evidence of a lost race of giants, fearing that such a discovery would disrupt accepted historical narratives. However, no verifiable physical evidence has ever been produced to support these claims. Skeptics argue that many so-called giant discoveries can be explained through more rational means. Some oversized bones likely belong to extinct megafauna rather than humans. Others may be cases of misidentification, where normal bones appear larger due to environmental factors or distortion over time. Additionally, conditions like gigantism and acromegaly, while rare, have existed throughout history, producing individuals who were significantly taller than their peers. But even among skeptics, the giant of Castelnau remains an intriguing case. Unlike many sensationalized reports of giants, this discovery was made by a respected anthropologist, documented in a scientific journal, and initially examined by trained researchers. If the bones had survived, modern techniques like DNA analysis and radiocarbon dating could have provided definitive answers. Could they have belonged to an early human ancestor that was larger than previously believed? Could they have been evidence of a population of abnormally tall individuals lost to history. The past is filled with anomalies, artifacts that defy conventional explanations, discoveries that raise more questions than answers. The giant of Castelnau is just one of many examples where history seems to present something that doesn't quite fit. Did giants once roam the earth, or were these skeletal remains simply an extreme case of human height? Without the physical evidence, we may never know for sure. But the idea of lost knowledge, of civilizations that understood things we still struggle to explain, is not limited to ancient bones. Some mysteries aren't buried in the ground at all. They stand in plain sight, resisting the passage of time in ways that defy logic. In the heart of Delhi, India, there exists an artifact so perplexing that scientists and historians alike are still trying to understand it. It's not hidden away in a forgotten ruin or buried beneath layers of earth. It stands proudly in the open, exposed to the elements, yet seemingly untouched by time. This is the Iron Pillar of Delhi, a 1,600-year-old metal column that has baffled metallurgists for centuries. Because unlike any other iron structure of its age, the pillar has refused to rust. Standing over 23 feet tall and weighing more than 6 tons, the Iron Pillar is believed to have been erected during the reign of Chandragupta II in the 4th century AD. It bears inscriptions in Sanskrit that suggest it was originally a victory monument, likely built to honor the Hindu god Vishnu. Over the centuries, it has remained a symbol of India's rich history, but what truly sets it apart is its apparent immunity to corrosion. In an age where even modern steel structures can succumb to rust within decades, how has this ancient pillar survived over 1,000 years with barely a trace of oxidation? The mystery of the Iron Pillar's resistance to rust has intrigued scientists for generations. Theories abound, ranging from advanced ancient metallurgy to the intervention of divine forces. Some researchers suggest that the pillar's creators used an unusually high purity form of wrought iron, which, combined with the dry climate of Delhi, helped slow the rusting process. However, the real breakthrough came in the 20th century, when metallurgists discovered a thin protective layer of what is now called misawite, a compound of iron, oxygen, and phosphorus that has formed naturally over time, shielding the pillar from the effects of humidity and pollution. This discovery led to another question. How did ancient Indian blacksmiths, over 1,600 years ago, develop a technique that modern metallurgists only began to understand in recent decades? The composition of the pillar suggests that the iron was purified through a process involving high phosphorus content and the absence of sulfur and manganese, methods that were advanced even by today's standards. Some experts argue that this wasn't an accident, but a deliberate feat of engineering, indicating that ancient Indian metallurgists possessed knowledge far beyond what we previously assumed. However, not everyone is convinced that conventional science alone can explain the pillar's survival. Some theorists believe the Iron Pillar is evidence of lost ancient technologies, hinting at a forgotten era of metalworking that surpassed even modern capabilities. They point to other mysterious metal artifacts found throughout history, such as the so-called Baghdad battery, a clay jar believed by some to be an early form of electrical storage, or the Damascus steel used in medieval sword-making, whose exact production techniques remain unknown. Others take a more supernatural approach, suggesting that the pillar was blessed by divine forces. According to local legend, the Iron Pillar was originally placed at the center of the earth by an ancient king to stabilize the land. When the British attempted to excavate the base of the pillar in the 19th century, they reportedly found it was not embedded deep into the ground, leading to the belief that disturbing it could bring disaster. Some Hindu traditions even claim that the pillar is linked to the god Vishnu, who protects it from decay. Skeptics argue that while the Iron Pillar is an incredible example of ancient craftsmanship, it doesn't necessarily indicate lost knowledge or divine protection. They point out that other iron artifacts, such as the rust-resistant iron beams in Indian temples, share similar properties, suggesting that this technique, while rare, was not entirely unique. Furthermore, controlled environmental conditions and the pillar's relatively low exposure to moisture have undoubtedly played a role in its preservation. Despite these explanations, the iron pillar remains an enigma. Even with our advanced technology, the ability to create a completely rust-proof iron structure without modern protective coatings is something that engineers and metallurgists still strive to perfect. Some modern scientists have even studied the pillar's composition in hopes of applying its corrosion-resistant properties to new materials, proving that ancient knowledge can still influence modern advancements. The Iron Pillar of Delhi is a testament to the incredible knowledge possessed by ancient metallurgists, an engineering marvel that has defied time, resisting rust in ways that even modern technology struggles to replicate. Whether the result of advanced craftsmanship, environmental conditions, or something we have yet to fully understand, it stands as a silent challenge to what we think we know about the past. But it isn't the only artifact that raises these kinds of questions. Some discoveries seem to hint at knowledge far beyond what their time should have allowed, objects so strange, so seemingly out of place, that they force us to reconsider what ancient civilizations were truly capable of. And one such object, discovered in modern-day Iraq, has left historians and scientists debating for decades. It's known as the Baghdad Battery, an artifact so puzzling that it has sparked theories ranging from forgotten ancient technology to extraterrestrial influence. At its core, the mystery is simple. Could people living over 2,000 years ago have created a working electrical device? And if so, what exactly were they using it for? The story of the Baghdad Battery begins in the 1930s, when a German archaeologist named Wilhelm Koenig was examining artifacts housed at the National Museum of Iraq. Among the collection was a small, unassuming clay jar, about 5 inches tall, with a copper cylinder inside and an iron rod running through its center. The jar itself was dated to around 250 BCE, placing it in the Parthian or Sassanid period. But it wasn't its age that made it unusual. It was its structure. Koenig noticed that the design of the jar was eerily similar to modern-day batteries. Intrigued, Koenig published a paper in 1940 suggesting that the artifact might have been used to generate an electric charge. His theory was simple. If an acidic liquid, such as vinegar or lemon juice, were poured into the jar, it could create an electrochemical reaction, producing a small amount of voltage. This, in effect, would make the Baghdad Battery one of the earliest known electrical devices in human history, long before the official discovery of electricity. The idea was controversial, but it gained traction when researchers began testing replicas of the artifact. In the 1970s, American engineer Willard F. M. Gray built a working model of the Baghdad Battery, filling it with an acidic solution and measuring its output. To the surprise of many, it generated around 1 volt of electricity. Similar experiments have been conducted since then, all confirming that the device could, in theory, function as a simple battery. But the real question isn't whether the Baghdad Battery could produce electricity, it's why. What possible use could an ancient civilization have had for an electrical device? One of the most popular theories is that the battery was used for electroplating, a process in which a thin layer of metal, such as gold or silver, is deposited onto another object. Some ancient artifacts have shown signs of electroplating, though the evidence is far from conclusive. If true, it would suggest that the people of the Parthian or Sassanid period may have had a rudimentary understanding of electricity and used it for decorative or practical purposes. Another theory is that the battery had religious or medicinal uses. Some researchers believe that it may have been used in spiritual ceremonies, producing small electric shocks that could have been interpreted as divine power. Others suggest that it was used as a primitive form of acupuncture or pain relief, similar to how electric currents are used in modern medicine. Then, there are the more speculative ideas. Some suggest that the Baghdad Battery was part of a larger, now-lost technological system, an early experiment with electricity that was later abandoned or forgotten. Others go even further, linking it to theories of lost ancient civilizations, suggesting that it was evidence of knowledge passed down from an earlier, more advanced society. And of course, there are those who argue that the artifact is proof of extraterrestrial contact, an idea that, while entertaining, lacks any real evidence. But not everyone is convinced that the Baghdad Battery was a battery at all. Skeptics argue that the jar may have simply been a storage vessel, possibly used to hold scrolls or documents. Some point out that similar objects have been found across the region, none of which show clear signs of being used for electricity. Others note that while the jar can produce a voltage, it would have been a weak and unreliable power source, making it unlikely to have been used in any practical sense. More recent research suggests that the device may have been nothing more than a simple container with no electrical purpose whatsoever. There is no ancient text or historical record describing its use, no indication that it was ever connected to a larger system, and no direct evidence of electroplating being practiced in the region at that time. Without more context, the truth of the Baghdad battery remains elusive. Despite the skepticism, the mystery of the Baghdad battery continues to fascinate. Whether it was an early attempt at harnessing electricity, a misunderstood artifact, or something else entirely, it serves as a reminder of how much we still don't know about the past. History is full of anomalies, objects that don't seem to belong, technologies that appear before their time. The Baghdad battery may not be proof of an ancient civilization harnessing electricity, but it does force us to consider a larger question. How much knowledge has been lost to time? How many discoveries, once known, have been forgotten? And if an ancient battery could exist, even as an experiment, what else might be waiting to be uncovered? The Baghdad battery remains one of the most intriguing discoveries from the ancient world, an object that, if interpreted correctly, could suggest that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge of electricity thousands of years before it was officially harnessed. While skeptics argue that its purpose may have been far more mundane, the fact remains that history is full of anomalies, artifacts and structures that don't fit neatly into our established timelines. Some seem to hint at lost knowledge, technologies that have vanished, or messages encoded in ways we still struggle to comprehend. One such mystery isn't an ancient device or lost technology, but rather a simple inscription, 10 letters carved into stone at an English manor house, a cryptic message that has resisted all attempts at decryption for nearly 300 years. Unlike the Baghdad battery, which at least has some plausible theories regarding its function, this sequence of letters has no known explanation. No documents exist detailing why it was created, who designed it, or what it was meant to convey. Yet for centuries, some of the brightest minds, including World War II codebreakers, have attempted to crack its meaning, all without success. This is the story of the Shugborough inscription, an unsolved riddle hidden in plain sight. Shugborough Hall, located in Staffordshire, England, is a grand estate dating back to the 17th century. Originally home to the Anson family, it boasts sprawling gardens, classical architecture, and ornate sculptures. But among these historical features, one in particular has drawn worldwide curiosity: the Shepherd's Monument. Built sometime between 1748 and 1763, the monument features a carved relief of the famous painting, The Shepherds of Arcadia, by Nicolas Poussin. The artwork depicts a group of shepherds gathered around a stone tomb, pointing to the phrase "Et in Arcadia ego," often interpreted to mean, "Even in Arcadia, I exist," a poetic nod to the inevitability of death. Yet beneath the relief, something unusual is carved into the stone. A seemingly random string of 10 letters, DOUOSVAVVM. For nearly 3 centuries, no one has been able to definitively determine what these letters mean. There are no records explaining why they were placed there, no indication of who inscribed them, and no clear link to any historical event. Despite its relatively recent creation compared to other ancient mysteries, the inscription has resisted all modern attempts at decryption. Theories have ranged from the plausible to the fantastical, each one adding to the monument's eerie allure. One of the most enduring theories is that the inscription is linked to the Knights Templar, the medieval military order often associated with secret knowledge and lost treasures. Some believe the letters encode a message revealing the location of the Holy Grail, the legendary cup said to have been used at the Last Supper. This theory is fueled by the connection to Poussin's painting. Some researchers claim Poussin himself embedded hidden messages into his work, possibly tying it to the Templars. If true, the Shugborough inscription could be a clue left behind for those with the knowledge to decode it. Another possibility is that the inscription is a personal dedication. Some historians suggest it may be a coded tribute from Admiral George Anson, a member of the Shugborough Estates family and a famed British explorer. Some interpretations propose that the letters stand for an anagram or a Latin phrase, possibly one related to the Anson family's personal beliefs or achievements. However, no definitive translation has been agreed upon. Linguists have also suggested that the letters could be a religious phrase in Latin, such as Orator ut omnes serventur, meaning pray that all may be saved. But this interpretation, like others, is purely speculative, as no historical records link the Anson family to such a statement. One of the more intriguing aspects of the Shugborough inscription is the fact that it has defied the efforts of some of the most skilled codebreakers in history. It is rumored that during World War II, British codebreakers at Bletchley Park, the same minds responsible for deciphering the Nazi Enigma code, attempted to solve the mystery, but found no clear answer. Even in the modern era, cryptologists and amateur codebreakers have analyzed the sequence using various cipher techniques, but no universally accepted solution has emerged. Some skeptics argue that the inscription may not be a cipher at all. It could have been a decorative element, meant to appear mysterious, without actually encoding anything meaningful. However, if that were the case, why would no documentation exist explaining its intent? Why would someone inscribe 10 letters onto a highly detailed monument without leaving any record of their significance? The lack of any clear explanation is precisely what keeps the mystery alive. One of the most bizarre theories suggests that the letters represent an early form of steganography, a method of hiding messages within text or images. Some believe that the inscription could be a key to unlocking a larger code hidden elsewhere on the estate, or even within other historical documents. Despite centuries of speculation, no single theory has been universally accepted. The Shugborough inscription remains one of the most enduring unsolved codes in history. Unlike ancient scripts or undeciphered languages that may require extensive historical context, this is a puzzle that should, in theory, be solvable. And yet, it has resisted every attempt to unravel it. What makes the mystery so compelling is not just the inscription itself, but the eerie possibility that its meaning may be lost forever. Without any contemporary records explaining why it was created, its true purpose may never be known. Some believe the answer is still out there, waiting for the right mind to crack the code. Others fear that, like many historical enigmas, the truth may have died with the person who carved it. The Shugborough inscription remains a haunting enigma, a string of letters carved in stone that defies explanation. Unlike many ancient mysteries, it isn't hidden in the depths of a jungle or buried beneath ruins. It's right there, in plain sight, taunting those who try to decipher its meaning. Centuries of speculation, theories ranging from the Holy Grail to wartime codes, and the inability of even history's greatest codebreakers to crack its secret only deepen its mystery. But not all baffling artifacts come in the form of cryptic inscriptions. Some take the shape of elaborate carvings, images that shouldn't exist, depicting scenes that challenge everything we think we know about history. And deep in the deserts of Peru, a collection of such carvings has been stirring controversy for decades. These are the Ica stones, thousands of smooth, engraved rocks that appear to tell a story no one can explain. Etched into their surfaces are images of extinct animals, advanced medical procedures, and, most unbelievably, humans coexisting with dinosaurs. Are these stones evidence of a lost chapter of history, a sophisticated hoax, or something even stranger? The Ica stones first came to public attention in the 1960s when Peruvian physician Dr. Javier Cabrera Darquea received one as a birthday gift. The stone, dark and smooth, was engraved with an intricate design, one that immediately piqued Cabrera's curiosity. It seemed to depict a prehistoric fish, an image that shouldn't have been known to ancient peoples. Fascinated, Cabrera began searching for more, and what he found was astonishing. Thousands of similar stones had been unearthed near the small town of Ica, scattered across the arid landscape and buried in nearby caves. Their carvings ranged from the bizarre to the impossible, humanoid figures riding dinosaurs, detailed representations of heart transplants and brain surgery, even what appeared to be star maps. The stones seem to suggest knowledge far beyond what should have been possible for ancient civilizations. The sheer number of stones was staggering. Estimates suggest that tens of thousands exist, many now housed in private collections or small museums in Peru, but their origins remain a mystery. Who carved them? When were they made? And, perhaps most importantly, why do they depict scenes that shouldn't exist? One of the most perplexing aspects of the Ica stones is their depiction of dinosaurs. The engravings show creatures with long necks, plated backs, and spiked tails, figures that bear a striking resemblance to known species such as the Triceratops and Stegosaurus. Mainstream history tells us that dinosaurs went extinct around 65 million years ago, long before humans appeared. Yet the stones seem to suggest that whoever carved them had first-hand knowledge of these prehistoric creatures. Could this be evidence that dinosaurs and humans once coexisted? Some proponents of alternative history theories believe the stones offer proof of a lost civilization, one that existed far earlier than conventional timelines suggest. Even stranger are the images of what appear to be advanced medical procedures. Some stones depict detailed surgical operations, open heart surgery, organ transplants, even what seems to be brain surgery. The figures in these engravings hold tools that resemble scalpels and forceps, working with a level of knowledge that shouldn't have existed in the ancient world. Cabrera himself was convinced that the stones were evidence of a technologically advanced society that predated known history. He suggested that the carvings told the story of an ancient race that had once flourished on Earth, possessing knowledge of medicine, astronomy, and even space travel. According to his theory, this civilization eventually perished, leaving behind only these enigmatic stones as their last message to the future. But despite their astonishing imagery, the Ica stones are shrouded in controversy. Almost from the moment they were discovered, skepticism surrounded their authenticity. One of the most damning pieces of evidence against them came from a local farmer named Basilio Ushuaia. In the 1970s, Ushuaia admitted to carving some of the stones himself, using a knife and simple tools to create the engravings. He even demonstrated the process for journalists, showing how he could produce similar carvings in just a few hours. Following this revelation, many dismissed the stones as an elaborate hoax. If a single farmer could replicate the engravings with ease, the logic went, then the entire collection must be fake. The Peruvian government classified the stones as forgeries, and mainstream archaeologists largely abandoned them as a serious subject of study. However, the controversy didn't end there. While Ushuaia admitted to faking some stones, he later retracted his confession, claiming he had only said it to avoid legal trouble. Peru has strict laws against selling genuine archaeological artifacts. Some researchers also pointed out that while modern engravings could be easily identified, many stones showed signs of extreme age, with weathering patterns suggesting they were far older than Ushuaia's claimed forgeries. Even more puzzling was the sheer volume of stones. With tens of thousands in circulation, could all of them have been produced in recent decades? And if they were fakes, why would someone go to such lengths to create them? The debate over the Ica stones continues to this day. Those who believe in their authenticity argue that mainstream archaeology is too quick to dismiss anomalous evidence. They point to the sheer number of stones, the consistency of their imagery, and the possibility that at least some of them could be genuine. On the other side, skeptics argue that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and that no verifiable proof exists to support the idea that the stones are ancient. Without a clear archaeological context, such as an undisturbed excavation site confirming their antiquity, there is little to suggest they are anything more than a modern creation. One final possibility is that the stones contain a mix of genuine artifacts and modern additions. Some researchers have suggested that a small number of authentic carvings could exist, depicting known ancient cultural symbols, while the more outlandish images, dinosaurs, surgeries, star maps, may have been added later to attract attention and profit. But whether real, fake, or something in between, The Ica stones remain one of the most intriguing and contentious mysteries of the ancient world. If they are genuine, they force us to reconsider everything we know about human history, technology, and even the timeline of life on Earth. If they are hoaxes, they represent one of the most elaborate and persistent fabrications ever created. The Ica stones remain one of history's most hotly debated artifacts. Whether they hold the truth about a lost civilization or are simply an elaborate hoax, their mystery persists. And while we may never have concrete answers about their origins, they serve as a reminder that history is filled with puzzles, some carved into stone, others buried beneath the sands of time. And deep in the Valley of the Kings, a burial site famous for its pharaohs and ancient treasures, lies one such mystery. Unlike the carefully documented tombs of Egypt's rulers, this one doesn't have a name. No one knows who he was, why he was buried so strangely, or what crime, if any, he committed to deserve such an unsettling fate. He is known only as Unknown Man E, and his remains have puzzled Egyptologists for over a century. His body was found in a way unlike any other, wrapped in sheepskin, a material considered impure by ancient Egyptians, his face frozen in what appears to be a scream. Was he a disgraced prince, a traitor, or someone erased from history for reasons unknown? The discovery of Unknown Man E dates back to 1886, when Egyptologist Gaston Maspero and his team were excavating a cache of royal mummies in Deir el-Bahari. Unlike other burial sites filled with treasures and elaborate inscriptions, this chamber was different. It contained a collection of hastily reburied mummies, hidden away to protect them from tomb raiders. Some of the bodies belonged to pharaohs, high priests, and members of the elite, relocated centuries after their deaths in an attempt to safeguard their remains. But among them, one body stood out. While the others were wrapped in fine linen and carefully preserved, this mummy was different. It was wrapped in a rough, crude sheepskin, something that would have been seen as a grave insult in ancient Egypt. The body itself had not been properly embalmed. Instead of the usual process of removing organs, drying the body, and wrapping it carefully in linen, Unknown Man E's corpse had been left to decompose before being hastily wrapped and sealed in his coffin. And then there was the face, his head tilted back, mouth gaping open, as if he had died in agony. Unlike the serene expressions of other mummies, his features were frozen in what looked like a scream. For over a century, scholars have debated who he was and why he was buried in such an unusual manner. Some believe he was a royal traitor, punished even in death by being denied a proper burial. Others suggest he may have been poisoned or executed, his body left untreated as an additional disgrace. One of the most popular theories is that Unknown Man E was none other than Prince Pentawere, a son of Pharaoh Ramses III, who was implicated in an assassination plot against his own father. According to ancient records, Pentawere was involved in what became known as the Harem Conspiracy, a plot orchestrated by one of Ramses III's wives to place her son on the throne. When the conspiracy was uncovered, those involved were sentenced to death. However, Pentaware's punishment was unusual. Some sources suggest he was forced to take his own life rather than be executed. This aligns with the strange state of Unknown Man E's remains, his unembalmed body, his disgraceful burial, and his final expression, which some believe could indicate poisoning or strangulation. In 2012, DNA testing added weight to this theory. Scientists compared the genetic material of Unknown Man E with that of Ramses III and found that they were directly related. The results suggest that the mysterious mummy was indeed the son of the murdered pharaoh, strengthening the idea that this was Prince Pentawere, punished for his betrayal and denied the afterlife. But not everyone is convinced. Other experts argue that the sheepskin wrapping and lack of embalming don't necessarily indicate disgrace. Rather, they could point to foreign origins. In ancient Egyptian culture, foreigners were often buried differently from native Egyptians, with different burial practices and fewer elaborate rituals. Could Unknown Man E have been a foreign prince, an enemy of Egypt, or even a hostage held by the royal court? Some evidence suggests that foreign dignitaries and prisoners were sometimes buried in ways that differed from traditional Egyptian customs. If he was an outsider, it would explain why his burial was so different from the others found in the tomb. Another theory suggests that his death mask-like expression was not due to agony or execution, but was instead a result of natural decomposition. When bodies are not properly embalmed and left untreated, the jaw can fall open, creating the illusion of a scream. This would mean that rather than dying in terror, unknown man E simply decayed in a way that left his face in an unnatural state. And then there's the idea that he may have suffered an accidental death, perhaps even a sudden illness, that prevented him from receiving proper mummification. In ancient Egypt, proper burial rites were crucial to reaching the afterlife. If someone died unexpectedly and could not be embalmed in time, their soul was believed to be at risk of wandering forever. Despite modern science and advanced forensic analysis, we may never know the full truth behind unknown man E. His burial remains an anomaly, neither fully royal nor completely disgraceful, neither a formal execution nor a respectful ceremony. If he was Prince Pentaware, his burial serves as a reminder of how power struggles shaped Egypt's history, with betrayals punished even in the afterlife. If he was a foreigner, his presence in the Valley of the Kings hints at untold stories of diplomacy, conflict, and forgotten figures who once walked the halls of Egyptian palaces. Whoever he was, his body remains a puzzle locked in time. Over a century after his discovery, he remains nameless, his identity and fate still uncertain. A man buried among pharaohs, but denied their honors. A figure whose open-mouthed expression seems to cry out across history, demanding answers we may never find. The story of unknown man E is a chilling reminder that even in death, some figures of history remain shrouded in mystery. Whether he was a disgraced prince, an executed traitor, or an unknown foreigner, his burial defies explanation. His remains, locked in an eternal scream, leave behind a haunting question, one we may never fully answer. But he is not the only great figure whose final resting place remains a mystery. One of history's most powerful conquerors, a man who built an empire stretching from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe, also disappeared without a trace. His armies changed the world, his name inspired both awe and terror, and yet, after his death, he vanished completely. This is the mystery of the lost tomb of Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, born as Temujin around 1162, was the founder of the Mongol Empire, the largest contiguous empire in human history. Through ruthless strategy, sheer force, and brilliant military tactics, he united the scattered Mongol tribes and carved out an empire that stretched from China to Persia, crushing all who stood in his way. He redefined warfare, established a sophisticated trade network along the Silk Road, and left a lasting impact on civilization. Yet for all his conquests and influence, no one knows where he was buried. His final resting place has never been found, making it one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. According to legend, Genghis Khan died in 1227 during a campaign against the Western Xia dynasty in China. Some say he fell in battle, while others claim he succumbed to illness or was injured after falling from his horse. His death was kept secret for as long as possible to prevent unrest within the empire. But what happened to his body remains an enigma. Mongol tradition dictated that their leader be buried in a hidden location, untouched and undisturbed. According to historical accounts, those who transported his body were ordered to kill anyone they encountered along the way to ensure the secrecy of his burial. Some versions of the story claim that once the grave was dug, the soldiers who carried out the burial were also executed, ensuring that no one could reveal the location. To further protect the tomb, it's said that a river was diverted over the site to erase all traces of its existence. Another legend claims that an army of 1,000 horses trampled the ground flat so that no signs of digging remained. Some even believe that trees were planted to conceal the burial site entirely, ensuring that no one, friend or foe, would ever disturb Genghis Khan's rest. For centuries, historians and treasure hunters alike have searched for the tomb, believing it could hold unimaginable riches, artifacts from his conquests, and insight into one of history's most enigmatic rulers. Yet despite extensive efforts, no trace of his burial has ever been found. Numerous theories exist about the possible location of Genghis Khan's tomb. The most widely accepted belief is that he was buried somewhere in the Khenti Mountains of modern-day Mongolia, a region he considered sacred. This area, known as Ik Korig, or the Great Taboo, was closed off to outsiders for centuries. Guarded by a special Mongol elite known as the Darkhad, it remained untouched, with anyone attempting to enter facing execution. Some believe that the tomb lies beneath Burkhan Khaldun, the mountain where Genghis Khan was said to have sought refuge in his youth. The Mongols considered the mountain sacred, and Khan himself declared that it should be forever protected. But to this day,